All right, welcome back everyone and a very good morning. Today we have to quickly revise medieval India. So the different parts that we have to talk about are first of all the early medieval age. इसमें क्या क्या topics discuss करने हैं? We have to talk about the tripartite struggle, the Rajputs, the Arab conquest of Sindh, and the Turkish conquest of India. Then we are going to talk about the impacts of this Turkish conquest. Then a very brief survey of all the important rulers of the Delhi Sultanate. What were their important policies and contributions? All right. After that, we are going to talk about the Vijayanagar and Bahmani kingdoms, the conflict between them, and finally, we are going to talk about the Mughals. Okay. So we are going to be very selective when we are going through these notes. So don't expect कि सब कुछ cover करेंगे. The notes are going to be provided to you. You can revise them at your leisure. I am only going to point out the most salient features and most important portions where the UPSC is most likely to ask a question from. ठीक है? So beginning with the early medieval age, पहला topic, the tripartite struggle. What does the word tripartite tell you? Three parties and struggle. So there is a conflict. So what are the three parties that we are talking about? The Gurjar Pratiharas, Palas, and the Rashtrakutas. Gurjar Pratiharas in which part of the subcontinent? Western part. Palas in the eastern part, and the Rashtrakutas in the southern part, in the Deccan region. What were these three powers fighting for? For Kannauj and for control over the central Gangetic Valley. Why? Due to its productive potential, because it was resource rich, it was the largest population center of India. Also, through this part passed a very lucrative trade route which connected the eastern coast and the western coast. So, whoever controlled this portion of India would also control Gujarat and Malwa, right? So, they would also get all the attendant benefits, right? Now, some important details about each of these three powers. The Palas, they ruled over Bengal, right? And their first king, Gopal, he was an elected king. Okay? So one important thing to note about him, he was an elected king, elected in 750 CE. The Palas were very famously patrons of which religion? Buddhism, right? And Gopal had the Odantapuri Mahavihar constructed at Bihar Sharif, right? Modern day Bihar. Then we have Dharampal. Now he temporarily established control over Kannauj, but then he lost it to the Rashtrakutas. This is a feature that you will find in the entire tripartite struggle, that is shifting fortunes. For periodically, for some period of time, one power is more powerful, but then is supplanted by another power. He was also a famous patron of Buddhism, and he constructed two famous universities, at Vikramshila and the other at Somapura. Alright. Now, Devpal, he conquered Pragjyotishpur and parts of Odisha. What is Pragjyotishpur? Modern day? Which country, which city? Guwahati, right? So that is known as Pragjyotishpur. He also conquered parts of Odisha. Now, it was during his reign that the Nalanda monastery received a major donation from the king of Indonesia, the king of Java. Who was he? Balputra Dev. Which dynasty? Shailendra dynasty. All right. Then there was a later king, Rampal. His most important contribution was that he established the Jagdalla Mahavihar, where in Bangladesh. All right. Now, next power is the Gurjar Pratiharas. Who were the Gurjar Pratiharas? Originally, they were a tribal group. These people were descendants of the Gurjara tribe from Central Asia. Then later, during the early medieval period, they came and settled in the Gujarat and Rajasthan region. After that, through the process of state formation, they gradually gained more and more power and finally declared themselves to be sovereigns. Now, they were followers of which religion? Brahminism, right? So within Brahminism, there is the Varna Ashram Dharma system. That is why if any power has to have legitimacy, which Varna does he have to belong to? Does that king have to belong to? To the Kshatriya Varna, right? So they claimed Kshatriya status, and the new identity of Rajputs was invented right now. All right. Acha. Now they claimed also to be the descendants of Lakshman. So the word Pratihara, what does it mean? Protector. So they gained legitimacy as protectors of India from which invader? from the Arabs who had conquered Sindh just to their west. All right. Now, their empire included cities such as Avanti, Ujjain, Jalor, etc. Important kings, Nagbhatta I, he was the first person who successfully resisted the Arabs and legitimized his rule on this basis. Now, Nagbhatta II, he momentarily gained Kannauj and later lost it to the Rashtrakutas. Mihir Bhoj, he is considered to be the greatest of the Pratihara rulers and was praised by several Arab traders. Most famously, by Al-Suleimani. Al-Suleimani came to India during the middle of the 9th century. He has referred to the Gurjar Pratihara Empire as Al-Juzar. He refers to Mihir Bhoj as the greatest king of all the Indian kings and also tells that he had a very strong cavalry. He says that Mihir Bhoj was an enemy of Muslims, and according to him, the Pratihara cavalry got its strength from imported horses. कहाँ से import कर रहे थे? From Arabia. All right. Then another important ruler is Mahendrapal. Now he expanded his empire up to Bihar and North Bengal. His inscriptions have been found from across various parts of North and Eastern India, including Kathiawar, Punjab, and Awadh. He also fought against the king of Kashmir, but did not make any significant gains. Then another important ruler is Mahipal. Now, he was a great patron of literature and patronized a very famous Sanskrit poet, Rajshekhar. What has Rajshekhar composed? Some important works such as the Kapur Manjari, Kavya Mimamsa, the Bal Ramayana, and the Bal Bharat. All right. Acha. Then we come to the Rashtrakutas. The Rashtrakutas originated from a place called Latur or Lattaluru, where in Maharashtra. They belong to the Kannada speaking lineage, all right, and they supplanted the Chalukyas of Badami and established their own kingdom. Their new capital was Manyakhet or Malkhed, all right. Rulers, Danti Durga. Now he began his career as a feudatory of the Chalukyas, overthrew them and established his capital at Manyakhet. Krishna I, he was Danti Durga's uncle. Most famous contribution, the Kalashnak cave temple. What kind of a temple is it? Monolithic temple hai, right? It has been carved out of a single rock. Where is it? In the Ellora cave complex. Then Dhruva III, first South Indian king to successfully invade North India. ठीक है? Dhruva III. अच्छा, first South Indian king to defeat a North Indian king? Pulkesin II. You remember that? This was the first South Indian king to successfully invade North India. Now he overcame the Palas and got control over Kannauj. Govinda III, he lost all the gains that Dhruva III had made and was driven out of North India. Amogh Varsha. Now he is probably the most well-known king among the Rashtrakutas. However, he is known more for his cultural contributions than his military conquests. Now, three important works, one in Kannada and two in Sanskrit, were composed by him. These are the Kaviraj Marg, Ratna Mallika, and Prasnottar Mallika. All right. Then Indra III, he established Rashtrakuta power in North India and acquired control of Kannauj and Gujarat as well. Acha. Krishna III, probably the greatest conqueror in this dynasty. Now he defeated the Pratiharas and the Cholas as well. You remember one of the Chola kings was Parantaka I. He was defeated by Krishna III. After having defeated Parantaka I, some territories controlled by the Cholas came under Rashtrakuta rule, including northern portions of Tamil Nadu and some parts of Andhra Pradesh. Now, to commemorate this victory over the Cholas, the king erected a victory pillar and constructed a temple at which place? At Rameshwaram. All right. Now, what was the outcome of this 200-year-long tripartite struggle? Which power emerged victorious? No power emerged victorious, right? So, although at the end the Pratiharas established their control over Kannauj, But by this point of time, all the three powers had been considerably weakened by the 200-year-long fighting. Their manpower, material resources, all had been exhausted. And towards the end of this period, each of these three powers disintegrated, leading to the emergence of small kingdoms. All right. And why is this significant? Because this is the time when another group is going to begin invading India. What is that? The Turks, right? And because there was no strong central authority in India to defend it, therefore the Turks were quite successful. Okay, so that is the tripartite struggle. Now, second, the Arab conquest of Sindh. Who were the Arabs? What is the Arab identity? Is it a religious group, tribal group, linguistic group? No, not a religious group. It is a linguistic group and a cultural group, right? So the Arabs are a group of people spread across the Arab world, that is the Arabian Peninsula and northern Africa, who speak the Arab language and have the Arab culture, right? Now, Arabs include majority Muslim population plus some Christians, Jews as well. Okay, so Arabs are not a religious group. The Arabs who first came into contact with India, Muslims or non-Muslims? Non-Muslims. So Arab contact in India was since the 1st century BC, right? Ever since the Indo-Roman trade that we had discussed in our ancient India discussion. Arabs who first converted to Muslim and came into contact with India, traders or invaders? Traders, right? So Arab trade had continued throughout the ages with India. And in the 8th century, the Arabs first invaded one part of India, that is Sindh, the westernmost part of India. Why did they invade? Because the Islamic world was expanding and India was next on their frontiers. Now, to invade any new land, you need a justification. So, this justification was either there or it was manufactured. क्या justification दिया? Some Arab traders who were returning to Arabia towards Arabia from the Malabar region were looted by some robbers in the Sindh region. Now, the Caliph at Baghdad blamed the ruler of Sindh for failing to protect these Muslim Arab travelers and sent one commander in order to punish him. Name of that commander? Bin Qasim, Muhammad bin Qasim, right? So, as invaders, the Arabs came to Sindh in the beginning of the 8th century, 711, 712. We have written records about this advent. Kya kya? Al-Biladuri wrote the Futul Abdan, and there is another work known as the Chachnama. The author is anonymous. It tells us about the Arab conquest of Sindh. The word Chach, what is its significance? It was the name of the local dynasty which was ruling over Sindh. Who was the Indian ruler, the Sindhi ruler who was defeated by Muhammad bin Qasim? Dahir, right, of the Chach dynasty. Now, Muhammad bin Qasim defeated Dahir of the Chach dynasty, and after this, Arab rule over Sindh lasted for the next 300 years. Now, the Arabs left a cultural impact on Sindh and also were themselves influenced by India and Sindh. So, क्या cultural impact of Arab conquest on Sindh? First of all, religious impact. One new religion was introduced, that was Islam. New language was also introduced, that was Arabic. New script also introduced, that was Arabic script. Then the Arabs had also made great advances in various fields of study such as geography, history, medicine, astronomy, etc. They brought all of this knowledge to India as well, and Indian learning, Indian sciences also developed from here on. Now, the Arabs were also great interlocutors of culture. What does this mean? That different cultures which were quite isolated from each other, the Arabs were the people who were allowing them to have some contact with each other. So at the same time, the Arabs were trading with India also, with Europe also, with China also, with Persia also, right? So all the good things in these cultures were brought to other cultures by the Arabs. For example, it was the Arab influence which introduced paper from which place? From China to the rest of the world. From the Arabs, the Turks got it, and the Turks then finally brought it to India. Similar was the story of soap, gunpowder, and the magnetic compass. All these things were first used where? In China, and then were brought by the Arabs to the other parts of the world. Cultural impact of the Sindh on the Arabs. Now, there was one very important development in the field of mathematics, which resulted as which was an outcome of this conquest. क्या था? The Arabs borrowed the Indian numeral system, including the zero. What did they call it? Hindsa. ठीक है? So, what was the impact of this? It revolutionized science, mathematics, and commerce. How? Now the decimal, the use of zero, the decimal numeral system allowed the people to conduct very complex mathematical calculations. For example, if you were to multiply this by this, करके दिखाओ. न्यूरल रोमन न्यूमरल्स में है ये, करके दिखाओ. नहीं हो पाएगा ना. But using Arabic numerals, कोई भी complex से complex, even including fractions, etc., that would become possible. So, what did the Arabs call the Indian numeral system? Hinsa. All right. Now, the Arabs also learned yoga from the Indians. There was one great Indian physician, Manak, who was invited to Baghdad and was made the chief surgeon of Baghdad. He was a great practitioner of yoga. Then the Arab knowledge of physics also benefited from contact with India. There was a great physicist, Hala, who was also invited to Baghdad. Then the Arabs also learned one board game from India. What did they call it? Shatranj. The Indians knew it as Chaturang, and the world then knew it as chess. Okay. What was the political impact of the Arab conquest on Sindh? Now, the Arabs were the first Muslim ruling group to establish their control over one portion of India, and they became a model for the future Muslim ruling dynasties such as the Delhi Sultanate, the Mughals, etc. All right. Another important contribution of the Arab conquest of Sindh was that it provided legitimacy to the Indian powers such as the Rajputas and the Gurjaras. By defending India from these Arab invaders, they claimed legitimacy. Okay? So this was the political impact of Arab conquest of Sindh. Then we have the Rajputs. Who were the Rajputs? Descendants of Huns. Acha. When did they come about? When what part of Indian history do we recognize as the Rajput period? From the 10th to the 12th century. Okay? Acha, what allowed them to emerge? The disintegration of large empires following the Tripartite Struggle. So, on the graves of these three large empires, a number of Rajput kingdoms or a number of Rajput dynasties, they started to flourish. 6 important ones. The Chauhans ruling over which region? Delhi Ajmer region. The Gahadwals ruling over the Kannauj region, the Upper Ganga Valley. The Solankis of Gujarat. The Parmars of Malwa. The Kalachuris of Tripuri. This is where? MP. Yeah, Jabalpur region. And the Chandelas also of MP, northern MP wale region mein, Khajuraho, Kalinjar, Mahoba region. Alright, so these were the 6 important Rajput dynasties. What were the features of the Rajput polity? The position of the king. Absolute ruler, absolute ruler or limited monarch? Absolute ruler hota tha, right? In fact, he claimed to be a descendant of one god or the other. What were the kinds of titles that they assumed? Rana, Maharana to theek hai. They also called themselves Hari or Gopal, etc. So they ruled as incarnations of various deities. However, was their control over their kingdoms absolute? No, they had to share power. Why? Because the Rajput polity was extremely feudal in nature. Now, the Rajput empires, the Rajput kingdoms were divided into a number of provinces known as bhuktis, which were further subdivided into mandalas and vishayas. The gram or village was the lowest unit of political organization. However, feudalism was a central aspect of the Rajput polity. What is feudalism? When the central authority of the king is weak and he has to share power with important military lords, important military commanders. The basis for feudalism is in India was land grants. Land grants, who had introduced the concept of land grants in India? Satvahanas. But the Satvahana land grants were made only to the religious figures, the priests, Buddhists and Brahmins. Gupta started the tradition of making land grants to the top military officials. This policy had continued through the ages in the post-Gupta period also, and therefore in the Rajput polity, the feudal element was quite strong. The Rajput kingdoms were divided into a core region. So that is the home provinces or Swaraj. So this was where the king's rule was strongest. The king ruled directly. The outer reaches of the kingdom, they were, you can call them the periphery or the Jagirs. Now they were under the control of the feudal lords. Correct. Now in the Jagirs, the control of the king was quite weak and real authority was in the hands of the feudal lords. So great hierarchy of feudal lords had also emerged. So different ranks of feudal lords were known by different titles such as Mandalik, Mandaleshwar, Mahamandaleshwar, Samanta and Mahasamanta. What was the nature of the Rajput military? Was it a strong centralized military? No, it was made up of feudal levies. So each of the feudal lords in return for the privileges that they were enjoying from the king, they had to promise to provide military support to the king. All right. Therefore, the Rajput militaries had a major weakness as compared to the Turkish militaries. What was that? There was no centralized command in the Rajput militaries. However, under the sultans, the entire army was answering only and only to them. So you can imagine, in the heat of war, if a particular commander gives the order to retreat but the king is telling you to advance, तो बहुत confusion हो जाएगा. And if one section retreats and the others advance, then the morale is also going to suffer. There is going to be a lot of confusion as well. So this military weakness was one of the reasons for the success of the Turks. The Rajputs were also very, very divided internally on issues such as their region, lineage and blood relations. Therefore, even at the time when the Turkish threat was the highest, the Rajputs were not able to unify with each other. Their internal disputes, their internal animosities were more important than the Turkish threat. Okay? Acha. Now, because the Rajputs were divided into very small kingdoms which were neighboring each other, and at this point of time, because trade and commerce had also declined, therefore the economy had become primarily agricultural. Land had become a very important economic resource. Therefore, the focus of all the kings was on territorial conquest. So सबसे बड़ा दुश्मन कौन होगा? Your immediate neighbor. So they had this tradition that on the next day of Dashera, Vijayadashmi, you like Ram are going to attack your neighbor who is this thing, Ravan, right? So this was the idea over here. Therefore, frequent warfare also defined Rajput political life. And because war had almost become a sport, therefore, like every sport, war was to also be regulated through various rules. These were the rules of chivalry. क्या chivalry के rules थे? That you shall not attack an enemy who has surrendered. You shall not attack an enemy who has his back turned towards you. You shall not do a surprise attack on anybody. You shall not attack an enemy who is not armed, right? So these kinds of rules were being followed. The idea of a glorious death, martyrdom, etc., they were all glorified through Veer Gathas, through legendary tales of important warriors, etc. Therefore, war was treated as a sport. Was this the idea of warfare for the Turks as well? No. For the Turks, wars was simply a means to an end. So therefore, they used any kind of strategy that was available in order to attain victory. So cultural weakness also of the Rajputs was responsible for their defeat. What was the society of the Rajputs like? Unified or divided? Extremely divided. Why? The Varnashram Dharma system, the proliferation of caste, the emergence of untouchability had left the society extremely divided. The four Varnas, know them: Brahmins, Kshatriyas, Vaishyas, and Shudras. The Brahmins enjoyed the topmost position in the Varna system. What did they enjoy? Control over religion as well as education. They were heavily patronized by the kings. What did the kings get in return? Legitimacy. So without the legitimacy given to them by the Brahmins, the kings would not have the support of the general population. Therefore there was a ruling nexus between the Rajputs and the Brahmins. Entry into the military was also heavily regulated in accordance with the Varnashram Dharma system. Only one Varna group could participate in the military. That was the Kshatriya Varna, right? The Rajputs. The bulk of the population was thus excluded from any military service. Therefore, the size of the military was also quite small. Untouchability was also there, right? So, the people, the masses, they were feeling out of tune with the rulers and also with the religion. A number of social evils with regards to women had also emerged, such as Johar, right? So Johar was the new one. The other ones, such as child marriage, female infanticide, sati, etc., they had all been intensified. Women were secluded, kept trapped within the household, and not allowed to have education, etc. All right. Huh? Johar was mass ritual suicide that whenever वो पद्मावत फिल्म देखी है ना, नहीं देखी है? ट्रेलर देखा है तो उसमें एंड में दिखाते हैं दैट व्हेन द किंग एंड हिज आर्मी लेफ्ट फॉर वॉर, तो पता था कि दिस इज अ वॉर व्हेन फ्रॉम विच दे आर नॉट रिटर्निंग, राइट? सो इन ऑर्डर टू सेफगार्ड देयर ऑनर, a huge pyre was built and all the high-born Rajput women jumped into that in order to safeguard their so-called honor. Why was all of this happening? Because the idea of honor had been linked to women, right? So in order to safeguard the honor, their behavior was coming under greater and greater regulation. So women were given the status of devis, right? And could a devi's honor ever be maligned by her enemy? नहीं हो सकता. So therefore it is better to keep her under control. If she goes to school, so then she is going to come in to contact with some people. हो सकता है boyfriend बन जाए तो don't allow her to do this, right? And at times of war, the most vulnerable are the people who are targeted most. So in this case, it was women of India, and that is why these kinds of evils had also started to emerge. Now, Varnashram Dharma system. हाँ. Varnashram Dharma system. Dharma क्या है? That every individual has a duty towards others and to themselves. Every section of the population also has to follow certain rules and obligations. So this is the idea. In accordance with the Varna and your ashram status, different kinds of duties and rules are going to be applicable towards you. Now, one very famous historian, Al-Biruni, visited India during this period. He has written which book? The Kitab-ul-Hind, also known as the Tehqiq-e-Hind or the Tawarikh-e-Hind. Now, this is considered to be the first pure history of India. Now, according to him, this was a period when trade and commerce had declined in India, as a result of which one Varna group had lost its status. Con? The Vaishyas. The Vaishyas were involved in trade and commerce. What does he say? That there is no discernible difference between the position of the Vaishyas and the Shudras. So they are almost at the equivalent position. Both are practicing which occupation? agriculture. Both of them are living together and both of them have the same kind of religious and social disabilities. All right. Now, during this point of time, proliferation of castes and emergence of subjatis has also taken place. Why is this? Due to the emergence of even more occupations, and the association of occupation with the Varna status has given rise to several occupational groups which have been called castes, and within those castes are going to be subcastes. Now, the idea of hierarchical arrangement and the idea of purity and pollution is also going to be associated with these castes and subcastes. All right, so the society is further divided. Acha. Untouchability is also quite widespread. Now, Al-Biruni has mentioned the presence of 8 Antajya castes. What are the Antajya castes? These are the outcasts. So these were the untouchables of India. Right? Acha. Then another work, the Brahmavaivarta Puran, it has mentioned the presence of more than 100 mixed jatis. So you can see the kind of social churning that has taken place by this period. Kalhana, in his work, Raj Tarangini, has mentioned the existence of 64 jatis. Now, what changes took place in the position of women? Theoretically, their position got better, it improved. How? Now, during this period, one work, Mitakshara, was composed by Vigneshwara. What was it? It was a commentary on one of the Dharma Shastras. Which one? The Yagyavalkya Smriti. Now, women in the Mitakshara were given the right to inherit property. Similarly, the Rajputs had a tradition of Swayamvar. What is Swayamvar? The women are going to choose their mates in accordance with their own wishes. So they had both freedom of marriage as well as a right on the inherited property, at least theoretically. But in practice, their social status had declined even further. So Al-Biruni tells us women were subjected to various social evils such as parda, female infanticide, denial of education, child marriage, denial of inheritance, sati and jauhar. What was the status of education in India? Was it freely available? No, it was highly exclusive. Had developments in various fields of study continued or had they stagnated? They had stagnated. So, over the past 200, 300 years, no new research, no new ideas were coming up. Why was this? Al-Biruni says that it was due to the attitude of Indians towards others. He says that Indians suffered from a superiority complex, ठीक है, because of which they were not ready to accept new knowledge from any external sources. According to him, Indians thought that their land is the best land, their kings are the best king, and their science is the best of all sciences. सबसे ज़्यादा blame किसको किया है इसने? Brahmins को. He says that these are very learned people. They have access to all the knowledge, but they are acting as insulators of knowledge. They are hoarding knowledge jealously to themselves. Why are they doing this? Because this allows them to maintain the status quo within the society. This is what Al-Biruni is saying. Status quo, so they are enjoying the highest position, so they don't want to give this up. And the key to success within the society is knowledge, is education. Therefore, they are jealously hoarding it. Peasants, they formed the bulk of the population and borne the entire burden of taxation. Both Vaishyas as well as Shudras were primarily peasants. Now, Al-Biruni further says that there is great inequality between the different classes. The rich are extremely rich, the poor are extremely poor. And he also says that temples have emerged as great centers of wealth, which he says attracts foreign invaders to India. All right. Now, Al-Biruni also talks about some cultural details about the fasting and pilgrimage rituals of Indians. Al-Biruni had come to India with which ruler? Mahmud of Ghazni. But after coming to India, they had gone their separate ways. Ghazni on his various invasions, and Al-Biruni had gone to Banaras. Over there, he stayed with the Pandits, learned Sanskrit, conversed with them, read a number of texts, and then wrote his book. Now, he also mentioned some peculiar habits of Indians, such as not shaving of the hair or not trimming of nails, drinking alcohol before eating. ठीक है, तो अभी भी यही होता है, that alcohol is always had before eating, right? Eating betel leaves and riding horses without a saddle. So these are some of the unique things he noticed. Saddle had been introduced, but it may have gone out of fashion. तो कोई जरूरी तो है नहीं कि trousers अगर कुशांत ने introduce किए तो everybody wore trousers. गांधी ने भी नहीं पहना after his youth. Right, acha. Now we come to the Turkish invasions. Who were the Turks? Where were they from? Central Asia. Central Asia, specifically the Eurasian steppe. Now these were nomadic cattle herders, sheep and goat they used to domesticate. They were driven out of their original homeland by the expansion of some other groups, and from there they migrated to different parts of Central Asia towards Europe and towards South Asia as well, right? They came into contact with the expanding caliphate. Now the caliphate had great use for them. Why? Because they were great horse riders and great archers. So they became soldiers within the Islamic caliphate. They also adopted Islam and then became Persianized. What do you mean by the word Persianized? No, not only did they start speaking Farsi, they also adopted all the Farsi customs of kingship. Now, the first empires in Persia were based upon ideas such as absolutism and divine monarchy. So, these ideas were also taken up by the Turks, who established their own powerful empires in different parts of the world, such as the Seljuk Empire and the Ghaznavid Empire. Seljuk Empire were in Anatolia, modern day Turkey, and Ghaznavid Empire in Afghanistan. It was the Ghaznavids who began to invade India from the 10th century onwards. Three important invaders: Alauddin, Subprovincial, and Mahmud of Ghazni. Now, Mahmud of Ghazni was also known by his title Buth Shikan. What does this mean? Breaker of idols, idol breaker. Why did he take this title? Was he a religious bigot? Jihad? नहीं. तो why did he promote the idea of jihad? नहीं, मूर्ति वगैरह क्यों तोड़ता था? Did he hate all non-Islamic religions? No, it was a political move. He wanted to get the support of his other followers, of his countrymen, and of the soldiers that he was calling upon to fight for him. Alright. Now, he very famously is said to have attacked India 17 times. First attack against Jaipal. Who was he? The Shahi ruler. Where was his dynasty ruling? In northwestern Punjab, parts of Afghanistan, etc. What happened? Jaipal was defeated and he could not face this humiliation. तो क्या किया? घास लेट लिया, माचिस लगा दी. So he committed self-immolation. ठीक है? अच्छा, most famous attack against Somnath. When? 1025, 1026 CE. Now, Gujarat region was being ruled by which dynasty? Solanki dynasty. Who was the ruler? Bhima the first. He was considered to be the strongest ruler of the Solankis up till then. What did this Mahavir do? भाग गया. तो नाम है Bhima and he ran away instead of fighting the invader. Now, two very famous literary figures are associated with the life of Mahmud of Ghazni. One, of course, is Al-Biruni, author of the Tawarikh, and the other is Firdausi. What did he write? The Shahnama. What is the Shahnama? It is considered to be the seminal work of Farsi poetry. Okay? So he started the tradition of writing long epics and mythological tales in the Persian language. Now, he was patronized by Mahmud of Ghazni, and thus in the Shahnama, he has also included a qasida written in praise of the Sultan Mahmud of Ghazni. कसीदा क्या होता है? किसी की तारीफ में कसीदे पढ़ने. प्रशस्ति होता है ना जैसे. Same thing. It is a eulogistic account of somebody who's still alive. What is the word for a eulogistic account of somebody who's dead? Posthumously written. उसको क्या बोलते हैं? मर्सिया, ठीक है. मर्सिया is a eulogistic account of somebody who is dead. मर्सिया और कसीदा. eulogy मतलब an account which is favorable towards somebody. तो आपको बटर लगाने के लिए अगर कोई बहुत अच्छा लिखे आपके बारे में कि you are a great conqueror, you are look after the people so much, you do so much for religion, etc. So that is a kasida. Now, what was the reason for these invasions? Did they want to convert India to Islam? No. Did they want to conquer India? No. They simply wanted to loot India's wealth, specifically the temple wealth. Why? They wanted to use this wealth to expand their influence in Central Asia. All right. So these people were simple invaders and they did not want to build any empire in India. Then next phase of Turkish invasions would come under the Ghurid dynasty. So the downfall of the Ghaznavids resulted in the emergence of two powers in this region in Central Asia and Afghanistan. कौन से two powers? The Khwarezmi Empire and the Ghurid Empire. Now a conflict was going to happen between them on who would become the supreme power, right? And the Ghurid Empire had one advantage. In its backyard was India, a source of great wealth. So the tradition of Islamic invasions was revived for the second time. Most important invader, Muhammad bin Sam, also known as Muhammad Ghori, also known as Muhammad Shamsuddin. All right. So he took the throne in Ghur. Ghur is a place in Afghanistan in 1173 and started looking towards India. His larger objective was expansion in Central Asia at the cost of the Khwarezmis, but he also wanted to conquer India as well. So his attitude towards India was different from that of the Ghaznavids. Okay, he wanted to build an empire over here also. So initially he tried to invade India through Balochistan, through the Bolan Pass, but he was stopped by a Solanki ruler. कौन सा? भीमा दी सेकेंड. पहला वाला कौन था? भीमा दी फर्स्ट. अच्छा. Yeah, Chalukyas and Solankis, they claim to be descended from the same group. So the Solankis said that we have dynastic lineages which link us to the Chalukyas. So Chalukyas के successors हो गए Solankis in one sense. All right. Now, after this, he started to look towards Punjab, and by 1190 he had conquered almost all of Punjab. But there was another power in India which was also ascendant at this time. This was the Chauhans, right? So the ruler was Prithviraj Chauhan the third. So the Chauhans wanted to invade Punjab and Ghori wanted to further invade India beyond Punjab. So there was going to be a conflict between them. That was inevitable. First conflict, first battle of the reign, 1191. What was the result? Prithviraj Chauhan would win. Second battle of the reign, 1192. Prithviraj Chauhan would be defeated. And after this, Turkish rule would be established in North India. Some other powers were also overcome by Muhammad Ghori. For example, in 1194, he fought the famous battle of Chandavar. Against whom? Jayachandra of Kannauj. He was the Gahadwal king of Kannauj. However, Ghori was not able to consolidate his Indian conquests, and because he was focusing more upon the conquest with the Khwarezmi Empire. Therefore, his empire he divided into different provinces and left military governors, provincial governors. So, three provincial governors. Kon? Kutubuddin Aibak, Tajuddin Yildiz, and Nasiruddin Kubacha. Aibak was the governor of the eastern part of the empire at Lahore, Tajuddin Yildiz at Ghur, and Nasiruddin Kubacha in Sindh. All right. So these three people, after Ghori's death, declared independence and declared themselves to be independent sultans. All right. So this was the process of the Turkish conquest of Sindh. Now, after this, we are going to take a look at the impact of Turkish rule in India. Now, the Turkish rule in India brought about a series of changes, including political changes, military changes, economic changes, and socio-cultural changes. So, what were the political changes? With the advent of Turkish rule, strong centralized monarchies were revived in India. The element of feudalism was dismantled. Okay? Political unity and integrity was introduced initially in North India and then later over other parts of India. So the small kingdoms disappeared and a large empire emerged. A number of new institutions and administrative practices were also introduced, and these systems witnessed continuous evolution. Now, what was the position of the Sultan? He was a centralized monarch, at least theoretically. However, from time to time, the position of the Sultan with respect to the other important groups, such as the aristocracy and the clergy. Clergy was known as the ulema, right? So the ulemas were the religious class of, you can say, religious officials. Now they were a very powerful group politically as well. So in respect to them, the position of the Sultan would vary from time to time. There were some powerful sultans such as Balban Alauddin Khilji and Muhammad bin Tughlaq, who limited the role of the aristocracy, the Muslim nobility, and the ulemas. But there were some Lallu sultans also, such as Nasiruddin Mahmud and Firoz Shah Tughlaq, right? During their rule, these other groups would become more powerful, right? Now, the Lodhis were not Turks in origin, they were Afghans in origin. Now, the Afghans are famously tribal people, all right? Therefore, the political system is more egalitarian in nature. The king is treated more like a tribal chief. So, what is his relationship going to be with the other nobles? He is simply going to be the first among equals. So the idea of feudalism would get revived under the Lodhis as well. Okay? So yeah, all of them were Turks. The Khiljis, although they belonged to Afghanistan, they had emerged out of Afghanistan, but they had Turkish blood also. Okay? Acha. What was the rule of succession? Was the rule of primogeniture followed? No, the principle of strength prevailed, that whoever is most powerful, he will be the next ruler. So, wars of succession were a continuous feature of the Delhi Sultanate. Now, another important feature of the political system was the introduction of the Ikta system. What does the word Ikta mean? It is an Arabic word which means piece of land. Okay? So, who introduced it? Iltutmish. Okay? So, Iltutmish introduced it. What was the purpose of introducing Ikta? Revenue collection also, consolidation of the empire also, organization of a military also. Okay? How was this to be achieved, these three objectives to be achieved? By paying all the military commanders, all the officers and soldiers in the form of iktas instead of giving them cash salaries. So इससे फायदा क्या होगा? The entire region of conquest from Punjab up to Bengal could now be parceled up and divided among different people who would be personally interested in having control over it. ठीक है? अच्छा, what were they being paid for? For providing military service to the Sultan, and therefore military organization also became smoother. Acha. With the Ikta system, new land revenue arrangements, a new land revenue structure would also emerge, which would allow the flow of revenue from the countryside directly towards Delhi, the imperial treasury. Alright, so this was the objective of introducing the Ikta system. Now, were the Ikta transfers temporary or permanent? they were temporary transfers. So till the time you remained in service of the Sultan, you would keep receiving these iktas. You would have control over the revenue that you received from them. However, after you retire or if the Sultan has dismissed you, you are going to be dismissed. The ikta is going to be taken back. Acha. Then these iktadars, the people who received these iktas, also did not stay in the same place continuously. They were frequently transferred. Why was this? The idea was that local loyalties should not be towards the iktadar, rather they should be towards the sultan. So the sultans were concerned about preventing the possibility of revolt in the future by these local rulers, by these local iktadars. Further, the iktas were non-hereditary and non-transferable in nature. Non-hereditary matlab, after the death of the iktadar, what would happen? The ikta would lapse, go back to the state. And non-transferable matlab, बेच नहीं सकते, it was not saleable. Alright. Acha. Now, for this purpose, the entire territory of the empire was divided into two parts, the Khalisa land and the Paibaki land. What was the Khalisa land? This was the crown's land. The entire revenue from the crown's land belonged only and only to the Sultan. Alright. The Paibaki land was the land which was to be divided among the different iktadars as iktas. Now, the revenue collected from the iktas was to have two parts. Okay? One part which was supposed to take care of all the local needs, the salary requirements, the administrative needs, the military requirements at the local level. जो बचा हुआ पोर्शन है उस पे किसका हक होगा? वो बटना नहीं चाहिए. That should go directly to the Sultan only. ठीक है? So this extra amount which is left over, that was known as fawazil. ठीक है? Now this was the difference between the revenue collected and the expenditure incurred within the ikta. It was remitted to the royal treasury. Alright. Now within the Delhi Sultanate, there were a number of tax-free land grants as well. These were इनाम, मिल्क, वक्फ एंड इदरार. इनाम का मतलब क्या होता है? Reward, right? So this was given as a reward for service to the Sultanate. Milk is मिल्कियत सुना है? That's मिल्कियत. ये बाप की मिल्कियत समझ रखी है क्या? नहीं सुना? तो this is inherited property, right? So this was land which was given to some scholars or some religious figures, and that was not to lapse to the Sultan after the death of that scholar. So that was another kind of land grant. Waqf, what is this? Waqf Board of India, largest landowner. So what is this? Religious grants, all right, given to mosques and other religious institutions. Then we have idrar. These were charitable grants made by the sultans or other state officials for charitable purposes. All right. Now, the Ikta system also did not remain unchanged, and under different sultans, various new innovations were introduced. For example, Iltutmish, he had introduced the Ikta system, and the Iktadars enjoyed tax exemptions. What does this mean? On the land that they owned personally, they did not have to pay any tax. Okay? Balban, what did he do? In order to better supervise the income of the Ikta, he appointed a new officer known as Khwaja in the Iktas. You remember this amount, Fawazil? Now, this was the surplus production from the countryside. तो इसके ऊपर कंट्रोल के लिए there is always going to be a struggle between the person at the local level and the Sultan. Alright. Balban wanted to have direct control over this entire amount. Therefore, in order to check corruption at the Ikta level, he started introducing a surveyor of accounts known as Khwaja. ठीक है? तो ख्वाजा क्या है? You can just add. He was the controller of accounts at the Ikta level. Yeah, Balban introduced it. Khalsa land would be overseen by officials directly appointed by the Sultan. ठीक है? Here there would be no division of revenue. The entire revenue that is collected would go to the imperial treasury. लिख लिया? नहीं, for every ikta, at least for the large iktas, there would be a khwaja, right? See, the provincial administration of the Delhi Sultanate was also done within this system. The provincial governors were known as walis or muftis. ये लोग कौन थे? These were the large iktadars. ठीक है? Their iktas consisted of a number of smaller iktas. So at least at the level of the mufti or wali, there would be a khwaja. ठीक है? So over here, you also find the emergence of a new system. What is that? Which is considered very, very important for good governance in the modern age. हाँ, CAG का concept तो आया है, but over here the idea of checks and balances, separation of powers has also started to emerge. ठीक है? अच्छा, what did Alauddin Khilji do? Alauddin Khilji is best known for his imperialistic ambitions. What was the title he took? सिकंदर-ए-सानी, the second coming of Alexander. तो सिकंदर के जैसा. For a large empire, what did he require? A large military, right? Now military would require money. So इसने सबसे पहले किस पे अटैक किया? All the tax exemptions being enjoyed. So you remember the 4 different kinds of land grants, tax-free land grants. कौन से? Inam, milk, waqf and idrar. All of them were confiscated by him. ठीक है? He also abolished all of the tax exemptions that the iqtadars were enjoying. What did he tell them? You are like any ordinary citizen. You have to pay all the taxes at the normal level. So 50% tax the poor peasant is also paying, 50% tax you also have to pay for your land. And then he introduced a new department known as the Diwan-e Mustakharaj. What was this? This was the department of arrears. Arrears क्या होते हैं? हाँ, कि over the previous years, if some amount of money has been collected and not been distributed, so those are known as arrears, right? So retrospective taxation भी लगा दिया on those iqtadars. कि पिछले 50 साल से you have been enjoying tax exemptions. For the past 50 years also you have to start paying up. ठीक है? So he completely impoverished and controlled the सल्तनत नोबिलिटी. हाँ, टैक्स फ्री लैंड ग्रांट्स क्यों स्टार्ट हुआ? तो किसको किसको दे रहे हैं? सबसे पहले तो इक्तादार्स को दे रहे हैं. व्हाई वाज दिस नेसेसरी? satisfy करने के लिए. So the Delhi Sultanate was in its infancy. It would require the support of all the powerful elements. तो उनको अपीस करने के लिए टैक्स फ्री लैंड ग्रांट्स दिए. दूसरा टाइप स्कॉलर्स को दे रहे हैं. नाउ दिल्ली सल्तनत वाज अगेन इन इट्स इन्फेंसी. इट हैड टू क्रिएट इट्स कल्चरल फाउंडेशंस. देयरफॉर इट हैड टू अट्रैक्ट अ नंबर ऑफ स्कॉलर्स फ्रॉम डिफरेंट पार्ट्स ऑफ द वर्ल्ड. दैट इज व्हाई इट वाज गिवन. थर्ड काइंड वक्फ, राइट? किसको दे रहे थे? मॉस्क, रिलीजियस इंस्टीट्यूशंस. नाउ द दिल्ली सल्तनत वांटेड टू एस्टैब्लिश इटसेल्फ एज an Islamic state, right? Now Islamic state would promote Islam, so that is why they wanted to do it. They wanted to get legitimacy in the eyes of the people, right? And final kind, idrar. ये क्या था? Charitable grants. So जो गरीब मुस्लिम हैं उनको भी charity मिलना चाहिए, so that the legitimacy of the Sultan would grow. So this was the purpose of introducing tax-free land grants. समझ में आया? Who was the first ruler? No, Kutubuddin Aibak. But the real founder is considered to be Iltutmish. That is why Ikta system has been introduced by him. The new kind of currency is also going to be introduced by him. This tax-free land grant system, this is also introduced by him. The very basic form of department's creation of a cabinet system known as the Chalisa, Turkani, Chehelgani, that is also going to be introduced by him. The idea of a strong central military, that is also going to be introduced by him. So he is considered to be the real founder. Okay. Now, Firoz Shah Tughlaq, what kind of a sultan was he? Strong or weak? Weak sultan. So he would follow the policy of appeasement, both externally as well as internally. Therefore, during his tenure, the Iktas became hereditary in nature. Okay? Achha. Now, provincial and sub-provincial administration. The large Iktas were treated as provinces and the large Iktadars were treated as provincial governors. They were known as Mukti or Wali. What were their responsibilities? They were responsible for general administration, law and order, collecting revenue and maintaining troops, not groups. Maintaining troops. Okay? So this was their responsibility. Now, the provinces were subdivided into sub-provincial units. Districts were known as Shik. Under a Shikdar, he was the administrative and ministry official. Now, the districts or Shiks were divided into a number of revenue units. So, these were not administrative units. These were Parganas. So, what is a revenue unit and how is it different from an administrative unit? The basis for division, so the basis for division was revenue collection. So the Shik, let us say it has been divided into 10 Parganas. The amount of revenue from each of the Parganas is going to be equal. Let us say it is 1 crore Jital or 1 crore Tanka. So each Pargana is going to give up 1 crore Tanka of revenue. Okay? Fixed. Usually the idea was that division should be done in such a manner that there is homogeneity, right? Because you would have to place officials of equal rank in all of these parganas. These officials were known as amils. These were revenue officials. Gaon was the lowest unit of political administration, headed by a headman. If the headman was Hindu, he was known as Khud. If he was Muslim, he was known as Muqaddam. ठीक है? अच्छा. At the village level, who was responsible for revenue collection? State officials or local officials? Local officials. Therefore, the state did not interfere at the ground level. All right. Now, at the village level, village accounts had to be maintained. And who was the official in charge? Patwari. So, Patwari was responsible for maintaining land records and revenue records. Now, another important aspect of Sultanate political structure was the existence of departments and portfolio system of administration. Who introduced the portfolio system of administration? Not Iltutmish, Balban. Iltutmish ने क्या introduce किया था? The precursor of this system. This was known as the Turkani Chehelgani or the Chalisa. What was it composed of? Turkish nobles. So these were the slaves of the Sultan. The idea was that the most trusted and most capable slaves of the Sultan should be given all the important responsibilities. These people were loyal to the Sultan and would remain answerable towards him. Okay? Now the system functioned quite well till Iltutmish was there. What happened after him? These people became power hungry. They started interfering with the position of the Sultan. They tried to control the Sultan. So next ruler after Iltutmish was? No, Ruknuddin Firoz. ठीक है. उसके बाद Razia Sultan. उसके बाद Nasiruddin Mahmud. All three were having some kind of competition with these Turkane Chehelgani members. All right. And in order to remove the influence of the Turkani Chehelgani, a strong system of departments known as the Diwan system was introduced by the next important ruler, that was Balban. So he introduced 4 departments. कौन से? Diwan Wazir, Arz, Risalat and Insha. Wazarat was the finance department. Diwan Arz was the military department. Diwan Risalat was the department of foreign affairs and appeals, and the Diwan Insha was the department of royal correspondence. So all the royal orders, they had to be recorded, written down. ये सब कौन करेगा? The Diwan Insha would do this. Then Alauddin also introduced 2 new departments. One, Diwan Mustakharaj. This you already know. What was this? Department for collecting arrears. He also introduced the Diwan-e Riyasat. What is this? Now, Alauddin very famously introduced a series of market reforms or price controls. To implement these price controls, he introduced this Diwan-e Riyasat. Muhammad bin Tughlaq, he made a number of innovations with respect to agriculture. Kya? New taxation regime in Doab region, then a model agricultural farm. Were these successful or did they fail? They failed. So in order to revive agriculture, he introduced a new department of agriculture known as the Diwan-e Amir ko hi. ठीक है? Firoz Shah Tughlaq, what do you have to remember about him? The policy of appeasement, right? Therefore, he would introduce a number of departments in order to provide relief and rehabilitation, to provide welfare for the subjects. So, Diwan-e-Ishtiyaq was the relief and rehabilitation department introduced or established to provide relief and rehabilitation to all those people who had suffered under the reign of his predecessor, Muhammad bin Tughlaq. Diwan-e-Khairat was the charity department. What was its purpose? To help the poor Muslim families marry off their daughters. And Diwan-e-Bandagan, Banda means slave. So, Firoz Shah Tughlaq very famously had an army of slaves. Personally, he owned more than 1.8 lakh slaves. Therefore, slaves had become a very important part of the political structure. They also needed to be appeased. Their administration was also important. For that, Diwan-e-Bandagan was introduced. Sikh Pargana and Gaon from the very beginning, as soon as the Ikta system was introduced, this was also introduced. Okay? Acha. Now, a number of military changes also took place with the advent of the Turks. New military technology, new military strategy, new military customs and structures were introduced. So, new military technology including the Persian short bow Navak and the iron horseshoe and iron stirrup. क्या हो गया? यहाँ पे बैठ जाओ, आगे आ जाओ, ठीक है? अच्छा. Now Persian short bow and or Navak and the iron horseshoe and the iron stirrup. How did this improve military? It improved the cavalry. So with this short bow, you can shoot from horseback while it is in motion, right? You won't have to come to a standstill. Iron horseshoe and iron stirrup, this would give you better control over the horse as well. It would also increase your maneuverability. New military strategies such as maintaining a reserve force and feint attacks was also introduced. क्या होते हैं ये? Reserve force, that you do not commit all your forces at the beginning. You keep a contingent in reserve. Why? So when both the sides are tired, you would have an advantage. Fresh troops are going to win the day for you. And feint attacks? Nahin. See, in order to draw your enemy out of his strong position, you have to feint weakness, right? So initially attack, you have to show the enemy that you are weaker and you are going to run away. What is the enemy going to do? Chase you, right? And when he is chasing you, his formation is going to break apart and then you are going to attack the enemy. So these kinds of strategies were introduced. Now, after a very long period in India, they introduced or they revived the tradition of maintaining a standing army. So what is a standing army? A permanent army, a professional army which is paid directly by the state. Okay? Now, the person who made the first moves towards this was Iltutmish. He introduced a body of bodyguards known as the Sar-e-Jahandar. Okay? So these were the royal bodyguards who used to surround the king and protect his person. So this became the core of the military in the future. He also introduced a permanent cavalry known as the Hashm-e-Kalb. Okay? Acha. Balban introduced a full-fledged standing army for which a new military department was also created to administer it, known as the Diwan-e-Arz. Who was the head of this military department? कौन था? Ariz-e-Mumalik. Okay, so this was the name of the official. Ariz-e-Mumalik. Alauddin was also the Ariz-e-Mumalik under Jalaluddin Khilji. Okay, but later he assassinated the uncle. ठीक है, लिख लिया? अच्छा. Now, Alauddin carried out a reorganization of the Turkish military. क्या introduce किया? Decimal system of command. So, top ranking officials, Khan, followed by Malik, Amir, Sipasalar and Sharkhil. ठीक है? Sharkhil was the individual foot soldier or individual cavalryman. 10 Sharkhils under 1 Sipasalar, 10 Sipasalars under 1 Amir, 10 Amirs under 1 Malik and 10 Maliks under 1 Khan. ठीक है? So Khan, Malik, Amir, Sipasalar and Sharkhil. ठीक है? समझ में आया? So in the context of the Turkish military tradition of the Delhi Sultanate, Khans were, what were they? Military officials. ठीक है? Not a surname. अच्छा. Now, till now, how were the soldiers being paid? Through land grants, right? Now, this practice was abolished by Alauddin Khilji and he started paying them cash salaries. Now, Alauddin also introduced the practice of Dag and Hulya, or Hulya also known as Chehra. What was this? Dag was the practice of branding the horse. So, why was this done? So that, see, the state is paying the soldiers for maintaining horses. अब वो ऐसा ना करें कि घोड़े का पैसा लेकर के गधा चला दें आर्मी में, right? So for that you had to brand the horse. And also the state was concerned with maintaining high quality soldiers, professional soldiers. So it should not happen that the soldier would be able to send his slave or some other representative to fight on his behalf. Therefore, in the military roles, in the enlistment roles, general description of the facial features of the soldier would be recorded. So this is known as Hulya. तो आपने पहले अभी इसके पहले कोई एग्जाम्स वगैरह दिए हों, अब तो ये प्रैक्टिस नहीं रहा, but there used to be a practice when you had to tell the commission that you have a mark on your cheek or a scar on your eyebrow. अभी भी होता है? हाँ, जेई के टाइम पे हुआ था. So some exams in India still do this. तो ये समझ में आया, दाग और हुलिया. अच्छा. Now again, फिरोज शाह तुगलक, क्या याद रखना है? लल्लू सुल्तान, policy of appeasement. So Dag and Chehra were abandoned. All right. Economic changes. Now a lot of literary evidence points towards new technologies that were introduced by the Turks, which revolutionized trade, commerce, manufacturing, and this became the basis for a new phase of urbanization. This was India's which urbanization? First, second, third, fourth. क्या था? Third urbanization. ठीक है. So contemporary Persian literature such as the Khazain ul Futu written by Amir Khusro and the Miftah ul Fuzala written by Muhammad Dawood and contemporary Chinese sources of travelers such as Itsing inform us that the Turks introduced several new technologies which revolutionized the economy. In the field of textile, what did they introduce? Superior ginning technique. What is ginning? It is a process of textile manufacturing. क्या करते हैं इसमें? So cotton boll से the seed has to be removed. So for that a new instrument was introduced. ठीक है? The Turks also introduced the Persian carding bow known as nadaf. So what is carding? It is another process. After ginning process, the individual fibers of the cotton have to be, you can say, wound up together so that longer fibers can be made, so that these fibers could then be woven or could then be spun easily into yarn. Okay? So that process is known as carding. For this also a carding bow was introduced. So you must have seen the cotton farmers beating the cotton, raw cotton, with some kind of a bow string instrument, right? So that is a nadaf. Spinning wheel or charkha, this was also introduced by them. So this improved which process? The process of spinning the cotton fiber into a yarn. Then later a handle was attached to it. So the charkha with handle was also introduced by them. Then next innovation in the weaving process. So instead of the traditional loom, the pit and treadle loom were introduced. What was the advantage? In the traditional loom, the weaver could use only his hands. Now, weaver could use both his hands and his feet. So the process of weaving, that became a lot faster. Then finally, the processing of woven cloth. So they introduced the practice of block printing from Central Asia. Block printing समझ में आता है? हाँ? Woven cloth? अरे भाई पहले raw cotton से you will make longer fibers, then you are going to spin it into yarn, and then you are going to take a yarn and weave it into a cloth, broad cloth बनाएंगे उससे, right? Then after that dyeing, stitching etc is going to take place. ठीक है? अच्छा, paper manufacturing, who invented paper? Chinese. Who learned it from them? Arabs. Arabs taught it to the Turks, and the Turks brought it to India. By the 14th century, paper had become so cheap that it was being used by sweet sellers in order to package their goods in Delhi. ठीक है, तो मिठाई वाले भी इसको use कर रहे थे. What is the significance of introduction of paper? Book writing became a lot easier. Maintenance of accounts became a lot easier. What would happen to literacy? Literacy would also improve. ठीक है? अच्छा. In the fields of irrigation also, the Turks introduced the sakya. What is the sakya? The water wheel. ठीक है? And then a gear mechanism was added to it. So the sakya with gear was known as rahat or arghat. And the sakya introduced the traditional Indian systems of lifting water, such as the charsa and dhekli. So all of these are water lifting devices. Charsa kya hai? It is the rope and bucket mechanism. So in a well, you simply tie a rope around a bucket and you lift water from it. Dhekli is the lever mechanism. So what is this? So if this is the well, there is going to be a lever attached over here, and you simply lift this lever up. The bucket is going to be lowered. You drop the lever down. Bucket is going to come back. Okay. What is sakya? Now, suppose this is a river. Okay. So sakya, rahat, they can only be applied, or sakya can only be applied to a flowing body of water such as a river or a stream. Now, on the river bank, you are going to erect a wheel, and on the wheel, you are going to tie a number of water pots or buckets. The moving water is going to revolve this wheel, and the water is going to be lifted. So as the water comes up, you can provide for the bucket to get overturned. You can dig a culvert so that you can channelize the water after this. What would the addition of a lever do to this, or a gear do to this? It would allow for change in the direction of motion. So now you could use animal power to lift water from wells also using this. क्या बोलते हैं इसको? रहट और अर्घट. ठीक है, यूपीएससी ने इस पे भी एक क्वेश्चन पूछ लिया था. Now, the Turks also introduced the Kutubnama. What is Kutub? It is an Arabic word for poles, the North Pole and the South Pole. Kutub Shumali, Kutub Janubi. Suna hai? Acha. The Kutubnama or magnetic compass was also introduced to India. First people who started using it, Chinese. The Arabs learnt it, taught it to the Turks brought it to India. Then the Turks also introduced gunpowder to India. What is the significance of gunpowder? What changes did it bring? No, not warfare. Okay? So Turks were using only for fireworks, atishbazi, pyrotechnic. Okay? First time that gunpowder was used in warfare, which part of India? Bahmani Sultanate. And in North India, first ruler to use it, Babur, right? Very famously against the Lodhis. Gunpowder in warfare was used in North India for the first time by Babur. In South India during the Bahmani Sultanate period in probably 1472-1473. Okay? Turks who had introduced it did not use it for making cannons or guns. They used it only for fireworks, pyrotechnic. Then a lot of socio-cultural changes also accompanied the advent of Turkish rule, such as the advent of Islam and Islamic culture. What was the response of the indigenous culture, the Brahminical culture towards Islam? Did they embrace it or try to insulate themselves? They tried to insulate themselves. So therefore, the early reaction was acrimonious, right? Al-Biruni informs us that Hindus viewed Islam with suspicion primarily due to the violent history of Islamic invasions, including the destruction of temples, forceful conversions, etc. Therefore, during this period, all Muslims and in fact all foreigners were referred to by a derogatory term, Malechas. We had discussed this last time also. Acha, contact with them was deliberately avoided and any contact with them was considered to be polluting in nature. Okay? On the other hand, gradually the process of assimilation also started taking place. Therefore, from the Indian culture and Islamic culture, if you add them, what do you get? The Indo-Islamic culture, the mosaic culture of India, also known as the Ganga Yamuni Tehzeeb. Tehzeeb is civilization. Ganga represents the indigenous culture, the Yamuna represents the Islamic culture. Now, the most important role in this process of assimilation was played by the Bhakti and Sufi movements. Did any change in the caste and class relations take place? Bilkul hoga. Kaise? The Turks had brought in the third urbanization, because of which what happened? The social mobility and physical mobility of people trapped in the lower castes, that increased. Now they could migrate towards the cities and they could get work. These people mostly converted to Islam also. Why? Because in Islam they had the concept of egalitarianism. There was no caste system, so they would get the benefits of social respectability as well. Okay? Now, it allowed them to benefit from the new economic opportunities which had emerged under the Turkish rule. So, revival of trade, emergence of new economic groups, and the increasing social mobility. These classes formed the core of the urban population. Trade revolution began from the 12th century, resulting in the third urbanization. The Turks also introduced new languages such as Persian and Arabic. When these languages came into contact with the indigenous languages, new language emerged known as Urdu or Rekhta or Hindustani. The word Urdu, what does it literally mean? Military camp. Military camp. So what does this tell you? That this language initially emerged in the military camps. Why? People who were speaking Farsi, Arabic as well as the Indian languages were living together in these military camps and they needed a common medium to communicate. Therefore, this language emerged. Father of Urdu in India, Amir Khusro. He was a pioneer in this field. He was a prolific writer and wrote a lot of literature, poems also, chronicles also. So his poetic works, you can divide them into Divans, Masnavis and Hamsas. What are Divans? These are collections of short poems. Masnavis are long poems with rhyming couplets. And Hamsas, what are they? These are a collection of 5 epic poems composed in the Masnavi form. So these are going to have rhyming couplets. They are usually written in praise of somebody. Who was the Persian poet who introduced this tradition? So Khamsas of Nizami. Okay, so Nizami was the person who introduced this. This tradition was carried forward by Amir Khusro later on. Okay. Some of his important work, Kiranus-Sadain. What does this mean? Kiranus-Sadain? Meeting of the two stars. So which two stars are meeting? Two sultans, father and son. Bughra Khan, the father of Kaikubad. Bughra Khan was the Sultan of Bengal. Kaikubad the Sultan of Delhi. Okay, so these two people were meeting. This has been recorded. Miftah Futu. Miftah Futu means the secrets of victory. It is dedicated to Jalaluddin Khilji's military victories. Khazain Futu, the treasure of victories, dedicated to Alauddin Khilji. Tughlaqnama, so it is an account of the rise of Ghiyasuddin Tughlaq, GST. Nu Sifir means the ninth sky, right? So the Islamic conception of heaven is much like the Christian conception, that there are different levels of heaven. So the very highest one was known as Nu Sifir. It was written in praise of Mubarak Shah Khilji. And in Nu Sifir, Khusro has left a detailed and romantic description of India. What does he call India? Hindustan. Okay, he compares India to Persia, to Turkey, etc. And according to him, which is most superior? India is most superior. Its climate, its animals, its people, its languages, etc. Alright. Now he has also written a love story between Deval Rani and Khizr Khan. Who was Khizr Khan? One of the sons of Alauddin Khilji, and Deval Rani was a captured Yadava princess from Devagiri. So इनके बीच की love story है Deval Rani Khizr Khan. Then some other works such as the Chhap Tilak and the Hasht Bihisht. Now he also introduced a new form of Farsi poetry known as the Sabak-e-Hind. He also made great contributions to Hindustani music. कौन से styles introduce किए? Khayal and Tarana styles. He is also regarded to be the inventor of the tabla. ठीक है? तबला. ठीक है? तो what was tabla? देखो, drum was already there. That was known as pakhwaj. What did he do? He simply took two drums and joined them together. तो tabla बन गया. Now Amir Khusro referred to himself as Toote Hind. What does this mean? Parrot of India. तूतीनामा नहीं, तूतीनामा is something else. हाँ, वो भी parrot ही है. अच्छा, now the Turks also introduced new musical instruments such as the rabab and sarangi. The music of India also became enriched because of the Sufi tradition of Qawwali. What is Qawwali? Devotional songs sung in praise of God. हाँ, ऐसे ऐसे करके बजाते हैं. अच्छा, now with the advent of Turkish rule and Islam, a lot of cultural exchange took place. New festivals, art forms, architectural traditions, fashion, cuisine, etc. They were introduced to India. Staple food of Indians, rice. ठीक है. बाहर से क्या आया? मटन. दोनों को मिलाया तो क्या बन गया? बिरयानी बन गया. हाँ it first started in the military camps. Acha. Now the Turks also introduced historiography to India. What is historiography? Writing of history in a scientific and academic fashion. So first recorded history of India written by an Indian or a foreigner. कौन? अल बेरूनी. ठीक है. First scientific history of India by an Indian, Raj Tarangini, written by Kalhana, belonging to which century? 12th century, middle of the 12th century, 1148 में लिखा था. ठीक है. अच्छा. Now, apart from the Kitabul Hind, Shahnama written by Firdausi was another work. Acha. Then there are three authors which have covered the history of India from the Mamluk dynasty up to the Tughlaq dynasty. कौन कौन? Siraj, Ziauddin Barni and Afif. सिराज ने क्या लिखा है? The Tarikh-e-Nasiri. Now, it is a history of Islamic rule right from the advent of Islam up to the reign of Nasiruddin Mahmud. Who was Nasiruddin Mahmud? One of the successors of Iltutmish. So, Iltutmish के बाद for a short period of time there was Ruknuddin Firoz, then Razia Sultana and finally Nasiruddin Mahmud. So, इस पूरे पीरियड का हिस्ट्री is Tarikh-e-Nasiri, written by Siraj. Then Ziauddin Barni, he was writing during the tenure of which Sultan? Firoz Shah Tughlaq. And he has written which work? The Tarikh-e-Firoz Shahi. Now, it consists of the account of the Delhi Sultanate right from where Siraj left off up to the reign of Firoz Shah Tughlaq. And after Barni's death, his work was continued by Afif. Afif was writing during which period? Nasiruddin Tughlaq's period, right? And he has recounted the invasion of Amir Timur. Okay? So Timur's invasion. So Sultanate in its infancy covered by Siraj, in its maturity covered by Barni, and in its decline covered by Afif. Now, a very famous foreign traveler also came to India. कौन? इब्न बतूता. इसके बगल में क्या था? जूता था, है ना? अच्छा, क्या लिखा है इसने? The Rahila. Which language? Arabic language. Where was he from? Morocco. So it was part of the Arabic world. Acha, who was the Sultan when he came to India? Muhammad bin Tughlaq. After India, what did he do? He went to first Maldives. वहां पे शादी की 3-4, जहां जहां पे शादी जाता था वहां पे 3-4 शादी जरूर करता था. ठीक है. Then after that he went to Indonesia, then to Thailand and finally to China. All right. अच्छा. Then travelogue, that means the written accounts of your travel. ठीक है. So it is in the form of a dialogue. So travelogue बोल दिया. हाँ. That means till now India में जितने भी historical accounts लिखे जा रहे थे, they were not being recorded for the purpose of writing history. Their purpose was something different. For example, Purans also contain some historical information, but what is their main objective? Not the recording of history, but the telling of mythological tales. ठीक है? So in this scenario, the idea of history gets somewhat lost. Then under these scientific histories, the historian is going to pay attention to one, factual accuracy, second, chronology. So he is going to try to give a detailed factual eyewitness account of the events which are happening contemporarily, and also based upon the written records of previous writers, he is going to tell about those things as well. A scientific historian tries to be more impartial, not to be colored by various biases or because of patronage that he owes to different powers. So this is the difference between an unscientific and scientific history. Romila Thapar का नाम सुना? हाँ. So she has given the idea of externalized history and embedded history. What is embedded history? According to her, She says that colonial historians have misinterpreted that Indians did not have any sense of history. ठीक है, so according to her, the Itihas tradition, the Puran tradition, the court chronicles, the eulogy tradition, the Prashasti tradition, the oral records of Bhatts, Charans, Magarths, etc. All of this are having an embedded history. इसको केवल लिखा नहीं गया है, that is the only difference. We suffer from a Eurocentric view of the past. Eurocentric standards से हम अपने आप को judge करते हैं. So according to this Eurocentric standards, history was the kind of history first written by historians such as Herodotus or Livy. But India had also its own peculiar traditions of maintaining, of recording history, which are quite different from the Eurocentric ones. So she says that European history writing is an externalized form of history writing. ठीक है, तो ऐसा नहीं है that India में there was no sense of history, it was simply different than European history writing. ठीक है, अच्छा. Now, Ziauddin Barni also authored the Fatwa-e-Jahandari. Have we discussed this before? क्या है ये? The work on statecraft. अच्छा. And finally, the author Yahya bin Sarhindi has written the Tarikh-e-Mubarak Shahi, which covers the history of the Syed dynasty. Alright. So these are the changes which took place. Now some important rulers. हाँ हाँ, मुंतखाबुल तवारिख, हाँ उससे अलग. Important rulers. Founder of the Delhi Sultanate, Kutubuddin Aibak. Who was he originally? Slave of the Muhammad Ghori Sultan, right? Acha, after his death what happened? 3 military governors of Ghori. नाम याद है कौन कौन से? Yaldoz, Kobacha and Aibak. Each of them declared independence and declared themselves to be sultans. Aibak was the military governor at which place? At Lahore. So he had not shifted his capital to India. He ruled from Lahore. Did he rule for a long period of time? No. He died only after 4 years. कैसे मरा? घोड़े से गिर गया. पोलो खेल रहा था, right? So he was playing polo or chaugan. So before having the opportunity to consolidate his empire, he died. Many modern historians do not even consider him to be a sultan because he was not able to consolidate. The idea that he was a sultan was not even accepted during the Delhi Sultanate itself. How do we know this? Because Aibak has not struck any coins in his name. So, कोई भी sultan होगा तो he is going to strike coins. The khutbah, that is the beginning portion of the Friday prayers in the mosques, was not read in his name. तो वहाँ पे क्या tradition होता है? That thanks is given to the sovereign, to the prophet and to other Islamic figures. तो वहाँ पे इसका नाम नहीं पढ़ा जाता था. Ibn Battuta, who has written the Rahela, also does not consider him to be the first sultan. Now, Firoz Shah Tughlaq had a list of all the previous sultans of Delhi compiled, in which his name was excluded. Therefore, he is not considered to be the first capital. But because he was the first ruler of this new dynasty का नाम क्या था? Ilbari dynasty, also known as the Mamluk dynasty. What does the word Mamluk mean? Slave. So in the Islamic tradition, there were two kinds of slaves, the Mamluk and Ghulam. So Mamluks were the capital slaves and Ghulam were the personal slaves. What were these capital slaves? They were owned either by the Sultan himself or by other important functionaries of the state. They were given training, education, military training, etc. and they were groomed for command in the future. Usually after the death of their masters, they used to be given freedom. They used to be manumitted and then became very important parts of the Sultanate. Okay? Your Ghulam or personal slave was your everyday regular slave, and he would either be engaged in the household, he would not have any education or political training. Okay? Now, important details: capital was Lahore, popularly known as Quran Khawan or Lakh Baksh. Quran Khawan, why? Because he had learned the Quran by heart. So almost as if he had eaten the Quran. कोई भी बोलता था पढ़ के बताओ तो बता देता है छोटे बच्चों की तरह. ठीक है. अच्छा, लाख बख्श भाई, because of he was famous for generosity. So कोई भी मांगने के लिए आता था, he would never turn them back. So two important Islamic structures constructed during this period: the Quwatul Islam Mosque, the first mosque in India, and the अढ़ाई दिन का झोपड़ा mosque. Quwatul Islam Mosque कहाँ पे है? कुतुब कॉम्प्लेक्स, दिल्ली. राइट. अढ़ाई दिन का झोपड़ा, अजमेर. Qutub Minar was, the Quwatul Islam Mosque was built over a destroyed Vaishnavite temple, which was earlier a Jain temple. How do we know this? Because if you ever go there, the pillars, the other structures, they have all the attendant features of a Jain or Vaishnavite temple. Now, Adhai Din Ka Jhopda, this was built by destroying a Buddhist monastery. Okay. Now, he also started construction of the Qutub Minar, being built in honor of Qutubuddin Bakhtiyar Kaki. Who was he? Sufi saint belonging to which silsila? Chishti silsila. Okay. Acha. What was the purpose of building the Qutub Minar? Sending a message. What? We are here, we are not going back, and we have won over India. Was the Qutub Minar constructed entirely during Qutubuddin Aibak's period? No. Only the first story was built. Later, कितनी stories add हुई? 3 more stories. ठीक है? So that was done during Iltutmish's period. Then repeated lightning strikes, the topmost story was destroyed. Repaired by Firoz Shah Tughlaq. So instead of the tall 4th story, he added 2 smaller stories. So currently, how many stories does the Qutub Minar have? 5. Okay. Next, Iltutmish is considered to be the real founder of the Delhi Sultanate. He is the person who provided a solid administrative, military, economic, and cultural foundation to the empire. Now, when Iltutmish came to the throne, the Sultanate was facing a number of challenges, such as rebellions by the surrounding Rajput kingdoms. Threat of a Mongol invasion was looming large. There was no administrative system to speak of, no taxation system. Provincial administration was also in shambles. Bengal was in open rebellion. So all of this had to be encountered. So what did he do? First of all, he shifted his capital from Lahore to Delhi. Okay? So Sultan who shifted the capital to Delhi, Iltutmish. Now after that, he subjugated all the Rajput states who were in rebellion. He also eliminated Yalduz and Kobacha, and he used diplomacy in order to prevent a Mongol invasion of India under Chinggis Khan. How did he do this? You remember this? Khwarizm Empire? Khwarizm yaad hai na? So parts of Central Asia and Persia, it was being ruled by the Khwarizmi Sultanate. Now, the Khwarizmi Sultanate was targeted by Chinggis Khan. Why? हाँ, काम ही यही था. हाँ, काम तो यही था ही, but the Khwarizmis had brought the wrath of the Khan on themselves to a certain degree. See, the Silk Route was the main route of trade between China and the West. Now, China के ऊपर, at least North China के ऊपर, Chinggis Khan had already established his control. However, he wanted freedom of trade through the Khwarizmi Empire so that he could trade with Europe. He had sent a number of ambassadors and traders to negotiate with the Khwarizmis. क्या किया Khwarizmis ने? सर कलम कर दिया. They were all eliminated. So Chinggis Khan ने कसम खाई. क्या? That I am not going to put my sword down till I have wiped out every last person who belongs to this dynasty. So first of all, he destroyed all the cities in the Khwarizmi Empire. One prince remained. कौन? जलालुद्दीन मांगबरनी. So what did he do? भागते भागते कहाँ आया? He came to the mouth of the Indus, crossed it and started advancing towards Delhi. दिल्ली में जब ये खबर पहुंची, people of Delhi, happy or very sad? Very very worried. क्यों? क्योंकि पीछे और कोई आ रहा था. कौन आ रहा था? Genghis Khan was coming. Now Genghis Khan stopped on the mouth of the Indus and waited to see what the ruler of Delhi would do. Ruler of Delhi was Iltutmish. Ab Iltutmish was sent a letter by Jalaluddin Mangbarni. What did he ask? You are my Muslim brother. It is your duty to give me refuge. इल्तुतमिश ने क्या बोला? हाँ, दिल्ली की आबो हवा बहुत खराब है, यहाँ पे पोल्यूशन बहुत ज्यादा है, एंड आप जहाँ से आए हैं वहां पे ही चले जाइए वापस. रिटर्न टू वेयर यू आर फ्रॉम, एंड द क्लाइमेट ऑफ दिल्ली इज नॉट गोइंग टू अग्री विद यू. So in this manner, he had avoided the wrath of the Khan from falling upon Delhi. ठीक है? अच्छा. Now he also introduced the permanent cavalry, the precursor of the permanent military, Sarai Jahandar, Hashmi Kalb. हाँ? सच में बोला था. Yes. Delhi's climate is not going to agree with you. आप चले जाइए, किसी ठंडी जगह से आए हैं, ठंडी जगह पे जाइए आप. तो कहाँ गए ठंडी जगह? In the ground. ठीक है. Now he also provided an efficient administrative structure by introducing the Turkane Chihelgani. Right. He tried to introduce the concept of checks and balances over here also. Majority of the members of the Turkane Chihelgani, नाम से समझ में आ रहा है. What is the background? Turkish. But he also promoted some Tajik slaves, so that the Turks cannot band together and the Tajiks are always going to remain in competition with them. Right. So this is known as the Turkane Chihelgani. He introduced the Ikta system, and he was the first person to recognize the importance of the Gangetic Doab. So you remember the objectives behind introducing the Ikta system? Military organization, revenue regulation, and consolidation of the empire. So this was all done through the Ikta system. Now he also introduced standard Arabic currency. क्या क्या introduce किया? A silver coin and a copper coin. Silver coin was known as Tanka. So currency of Bangladesh also known as Taka. It is the successor of this only. And copper coin known as Jittal. Before him were any coins issued by the Turkish rulers in India. Muhammad bin Ghori had issued certain coins, but they carried the images of goddess Lakshmi. On these coins, the name of Muhammad Ghori was also written in Sanskrit language. क्या लिखा था? Shri Muhammad bin Sam Suratan. Right, this was the name of the Sultan. How did this come about? Did he worship goddess Lakshmi? No. So he had simply taken the coins that had been issued by Prithviraj Chauhan, defaced them and then restruck them. Removed the name of Prithviraj Chauhan and gotten his name inscribed. Okay? So first pure Arabic coins in India issued by Iltutmish also. Now he also built two colleges at Delhi, the Nasiriya College and the Muzia College. He also built the Agrasen की बावली और the गंधक की बावली. Seen the film पीके? तो हेलमेट पहन के वहीं पे बैठता है वो. ठीक है. अच्छा. He was also the first sultan to receive the Mansoor. What is the Mansoor? Letter of investiture from whom? From the Caliph. After which he started calling himself the Aminul Mominu Khalifa. That means deputy of the leader of the faithful. So under the Islamic concept of state, the entire Islamic world is a single political entity headed by one supreme leader, Con Caliph. But this was possible only if Islam had remained confined to Arabia and the surrounding regions. अभी इस्लाम कहाँ कहाँ पे था? Almost the entire known world. It was having its presence felt even in Europe, right? स्पेन वगैरह में भी कॉन्क्वेस्ट हो चुके थे. Therefore, the idea of sultans also emerged. The word sultan comes from the Arabic word sult or salt. This means power. right? So in these different sultanates, you would have individual sultans. However, they would have to get recognition from the caliph. Why? Because under the original Islamic theory of state, all of Islam was to be a unified political entity. Okay? And they would then be ruling as deputies of the caliph, representatives of the caliph. ठीक है? So this was the idea over here. समझ में आया है? Does this mean that whatever the caliph wanted would happen in India? ऐसा नहीं होगा. This was only a symbolic relationship. ठीक है? There were several sultans who never issued or who never requested a mansoor from the caliph. Examples: अलाउद्दीन खिलजी ने किया था, मुबारक खिलजी, ठीक है. तो मुबारक खिलजी डिक्लेयर्ड हिमसेल्फ टू बी द कैलिफ कि यहाँ के खलीफा हम ही हैं अब, ठीक है. अच्छा, so Mubarak Khilji did not do that. Then Muhammad bin Tughlaq, he also had declared himself to be the caliph, but a number of revolts, rebellions broke out against him. Therefore, majburi mein aakar ke he had to apply for the investiture. Caliphate also shifted from one dynasty to the other. 4 different caliphates. कहाँ पे? Mecca, Baghdad, Damascus, and finally Istanbul. नहीं, Istanbul. ठीक है. So ruled by different dynasties also. You don't need to know all of that. उसका कोई use नहीं है. Now during this period, Delhi also emerged as the Islamic center or the cultural center of the Islamic world. It became famous as Hazrat-e Delhi. What was the reason behind this? The Mongols were burning up the entire known Islamic world. So वहाँ से all the important cultural figures, literary figures, they were now starting to turn towards India. India became the last refuge of these Muslim cultural personalities. Alright, all of them were welcomed and a lot of cultural advancement took place. Delhi became the cultural center of the world and Hazrat-e Delhi, the city beautiful, it was known as during this period. One of the caliphs was killed by the Mongols. Which Mongol Khan? Hulagu Khan. Okay. So Hulagu Khan had him eliminated, but then एक नया caliph आ गया. Now Ruknuddin Firoz, etc., Razia Sultan, ये सब आप अपने आप से पढ़ लीजिएगा. Not important from your prelims point of view. Next we have नहीं, अभी भी मामलुक चल रहे हैं. मामलुक्स कब खत्म होंगे? With the Khilji revolution. ठीक है? So that would give birth to a new dynasty, the Khilji dynasty. Now Balban, who was he? He was also one of the members of the Turkane-Chehilgani. He had started his career as a foot soldier, a Mamluk foot soldier in the army of Muhammad Ghori. He had come to India with Iltutmish and had then become a member of the Turkane-Chehilgani. He also conspired against the successors of Iltutmish, both Ruknuddin Firoz as well as Razia Sultana. Then he emerged as the most powerful member of the Turkane-Chehilgani. And what did he do after this? He became the wazir and had his daughter married to the new sultan. New sultan was Nasiruddin. Okay. Now the sultan was a very weak personality. He was an alcoholic and the position of the crown had become very, very weak under him. Therefore, after serving as the prime minister for 20 years, most historians believe that Balban had his own son-in-law assassinated, poisoned to death, and he would become the new sultan. Okay? Now, when Balban came to the throne, there were several problems that were facing the crown. क्या-क्या problems थे? देखो, एक तो position of the sultan was very weak. The Turkane-Chehilgani was very, very powerful. A number of revolts and rebellions were breaking out. So Bengal was in open rebellion once again. The Rajputs in the Gangetic Valley and Mewat region, they had also started to raise their head. वहाँ पे भी robbery हो रहा था. Then the Mongols were also knocking on the doors of India. Therefore, he had to provide a solution to all of these problems. Now, did Balban have any direct dynastic claim to the throne? Nahi tha. So he wanted a principle to legitimize his accession to the throne as well. For this, he introduced a number of changes. First of all, he introduced a new theory of kingship. What was the objective? To tackle the problem of the Turkani Chehilgani, legitimize his rule and ensure dynastic succession. So Balban introduced into the Sultanate the idea of semi-divine origin of kingship. क्या बोला इसने? That kingship is niyabat e khudai. That is, it is a gift of God. Is every person going to be equally blessed? No. Only a select few people have the required qualities which are needed for kingship. I am one of those people, and hence I am Zil-Ullah, that is shadow of God on earth. Okay? So he took the title of Zil-Ullah. Another very famous Mughal emperor who took a similar title, Akbar. क्या बोला था? Zil-Ilahi, again shadow of God. Now, further, he introduced several Persian court rituals into the Delhi court in order to increase the prestige of the Sultan. जैसे कि Sijda and Paibos. What is Sijda? Sijda is पूरा perpendicular, sorry, horizontal हो जाना, right? In whenever you see the Sultan, and Paibos is to kiss the feet of the Sultan. All right. Now, he was very concerned that nobles should behave properly while in front of him. Therefore, he introduced a new officer for court decorum. So, he was the master of ceremonies in the court, Amir Hajib. ठीक है, इसका क्या responsibility था? He was like the class monitor. कि अगर कोई भी कुछ गलती करेगा तो छड़ी उठा के मारेगा, कंप्लेन करेगा, फाइन लगाएगा, these kinds of things. Right? Now, he insisted upon the principle that kingship knows no kinship. मतलब क्या हुआ? That when it comes to the administration of justice, I am not going to give any favor to anybody. I am going to be impartial, even if it is my own brother, even if it is my own son. So what was the idea over here? He was trying to elevate the position of the Sultan above all the mere mortals. Mere mortals सबसे पहले किसके बारे में सोचेंगे? कि मेरा भाई, मेरा भतीजा, मेरे चाचा, right? He is not going to think about any of these. Now, he adopted a two-pronged policy in order to tackle the Chalisa. क्या क्या adopt किया? Firstly, the policy of blood and iron. So, he used this policy to eliminate all the problematic members of the Chihalgani. Some of them were assassinated, some of them were imprisoned, some of them were exiled, and some were executed after trumped up charges were brought against them. Secondly, he also introduced the idea of racial superiority. You remember the idea that Iltutmish had checks and balances? That was done away with over here. So at the same time, he emerged as both the destroyer as well as the protector of the Turkish nobility in India. So racism also became a very important aspect of his rule. What was he saying? That only people of Turkish descent have the right to rule. कोई भी दूसरा है तो they should go to the forest. उनको नहीं मिलेगा. Now, Balban also insisted upon dynastic succession. That is, he tried to introduce some kind of continuity when it came to succession. Till now, what was happening? Wars of succession, conflicts were happening. He tried to introduce the concept of dynasty. कैसे claim किया? That I am a direct descendant of Afrasiab. Afrasiab was a mythical Persian hero, right? And my sons and grandsons are also having his blood. So they are the people who have been blessed with Niyabate Khudai. You remember that? So that is why their rule shall not be challenged. Okay, so these were the elements of his theory of kingship. Now, military reforms were also introduced by him. Kya military reforms? Large standing army was created and new military department, that was Diwane Arz was created. How did the Balban respond to the Mongol threat over India? He constructed a dual line of fortification, right? So, two lines of forts were constructed by him. First line of defense was created along the regions of Lahore, Multan and Deepalpur. And second line was laid in Savanama, Suman and Bhatinda. So first line, second line. प्रोटेक्ट किसको कर रहे हैं? दिल्ली को कर रहे हैं. क्लियर है? अच्छा. Now he also introduced office of Khwaja. You remember क्या था Khwaja? Controller of accounts at the Ikta level. Now Balban was also concerned about the possibility of frequent revolts and rebellions, for which he introduced the espionage system. Espionage system मतलब spy system. So this department was placed under an officer known as Barede Mumalik. These regular spies paid by the Sultan were known as Barid. Okay, so Barid was the name for regular spies. Now, in order to respond to the law and order problem and Rajput problem, what was the solution given by him? Hand of friendship or suppression? Violent suppression. Okay, so violently suppress kar diya. A response to the revolt of Turgil Khan, once again the policy of blood and iron. So Turgil Khan, along with all his family members, including women, children and the elderly, were all executed, hung from the ramparts of the fort that they used to control. Okay? So very ruthless in his response to these kinds of rebellions. Next important ruler, Alauddin Khilji. ठीक है? हाँ, break ले लेते हैं. All right, welcome back students. Now we were just about to start discussing Alauddin Khilji. So who was Alauddin Khilji? Nephew of Jalaluddin Khilji. During the reign of Jalaluddin Khilji, he enjoyed two important offices: Amir-e-Tuzuk, that is master of ceremonies, and Ariz-e-Mumalik, that is the military commander. So he was the head of the military department or the commander-in-chief. Right? Now, during the reign of Jalaluddin Khilji himself, Alauddin had gained the reputation of a great warrior. He had conquered two locations. One was Bhilsa or Vidisha and the other was Devgiri. Bhilsa kahan pe? MP and Devgiri? Bhilsa was near Ujjain, near modern day Bhopal, and Devgiri near? Devgiri kahan pe hai? No, not Odisha. Devgiri later known as? अभी स्टार्ट हुई है, कोई बात नहीं. लेटर नोन एज दौलताबाद. कहाँ पे? डेक्कन में. कहाँ पे? इन महाराष्ट्र. ठीक है. Now in 1296 he assassinated his uncle and grabbed power. He gave his own theory of kingship. So you remember Balban's theory of kingship? क्या बोला था? Divine origin of kingship. नोट्स आ गए हैं शायद. वही semi-divine origin of kingship. The idea of divinity was associated with monarchy. He had focused upon dynastic succession. His theory of kingship was exclusive in nature, favoring which ethnic group? Turkish, right? On the other hand, the Khiljis were not pure Turks. They had Afghan blood as well. And thus, Alauddin Khilji had given the principle of strength, that the most powerful person is going to become Sultan. And he said that ideas such as kingship being legitimate or illegitimate are useless. They are completely academic. The crown is justification in itself. If you are strong enough, come and take it from me. Okay? So this was the idea over here. Now, despotism and secularism were other important aspects of Khilji monarchy. Despotism means absolute rule, centralization of power, not having to share it with anybody. So he suppressed both the nobles and the clergy. The ulemas were strictly prohibited from participating in the state affairs, interfering in the state affairs. So who were the ulemas? The Islamic clergy. Okay. Now the clergy was also in charge of interpretation of law, the Shariat, and this gave it an entry and a gateway into interference in state affairs. So all the kings, especially the weaker ones, used to consult the ulama to determine whether their actions are legitimate or illegitimate from the point of view of Shariat law. Did Alauddin Khilji also do this? No. He said that I am not going to worry about the legality or illegality of my acts according to Shariat. I am the king. I am answerable only to God. I am not going to be answerable to you ulamas. And he issued a number of secular decrees known as zawabits without consultation with the ulamas. ठीक है? So zawabits were secular decrees. Now, racism of Balban's period was absent over here. Imperialism was another feature of Alauddin's theory of kingship. What is imperialism? The desire to build an empire. Now, Alauddin Khilji gave the organic theory of state. What did it say? That the state is a living, breathing organism. It needs resources and space to grow. And if it stops growing, it is going to stagnate and die. So how can a state grow? By conquering more territory, by increasing its population. Therefore, it is the duty of all powerful sultans to do what? To subjugate and annex their neighbors. So he also had a conscious policy of imperialism. In North India, it was दो जो लेके आए हो एक के बाद एक अच्छा in North India it was direct control, that is conquest and annexation, right? In South India it was indirect control, that is conquest and subjugation. Who was the other ruler of India before this who had followed this? Gupta period में कौन था? Samudragupta. He had followed the same policy. Now his dream of conquest is also reflected in his title, Sikandar-e-Sani. In South India, his military campaigns were led by Malik Kafur. Now, in order to build a large empire, he needed a strong military. So you already know most of the changes that he did in the field of military administration. So large army he created, a new decimal pattern of command he introduced, Dag and Hulya. He started paying the soldiers through cash salaries. कितना salaries देते थे वो भी यहाँ पे लिखा हुआ है. Then administrative reforms. Now Alauddin Khilji was also aware of the history of the Delhi Sultanate. क्या देखा था उसने? Frequent revolts and rebellions which weakened the empire from within. Therefore, his greatest priority was to prevent this possibility. And he now, after consultation with other learned people and through introspection, came to the conclusion that these frequent revolts and rebellions were due to four important factors. क्या important factors हैं? That people have excessive wealth. If they have wealth, then they can mobilize an army and challenge the Sultan. Second, the sultans themselves have a feeling that they become complacent. They start neglecting the people who are conspiring against them. Third, intermarriage among nobles is also an important reason for rebellion. Why? One noble house, two noble house come together, एक और एक दो नहीं, एक और एक 11 हो जाते हैं, ठीक है? So this is the idea over here. So they become too strong. And lastly, he blamed alcohol. So how? When people start drinking, they lose senses, lose their senses, and they start having delusions of grandeur, and they feel that they are powerful enough to challenge the authority of the Sultan. So in order to suppress the very rebellious spirit, what did he introduce? Thought control. ठीक है? So पहली बार thought control इंडिया में इसने इंट्रोड्यूस किया. Ever heard read George Orwell's 1984? No. So वहाँ पे भी the idea is this, that you have to breed the idea of questioning, the idea of rebellion out of the people. You have to take away the tools that they use in order to question you. तो वहाँ पे सबसे पहले टारगेट किसको किया? लैंग्वेज को. क्यों? Language becomes the basis for your thoughts and thoughts become the basis for your action. If your language is bereft of all ideas of change, then you are going to be simple cattle. जहाँ पे भी आपको direction दिखाया जाएगा, you will turn over there. His was somewhat similar thing. So in response to these problems, he responded with 4 ordinances. सबसे पहला problem क्या था? Excessive wealth with the people. So he had to deprive the wealth of the people. How? By confiscating all the tax-free land grants and abolishing any further land grants. He reorganized the spy system because he did not want to commit the same mistake that his predecessors were committing, neglecting the affairs of the state. So large number of regular spies known as Warid and large number of irregular spies known as Muhia were employed. Now, before intermarrying, nobles had to seek the permission of the Sultan. So, one love letter write to girlfriend, another love letter write to Sultan. दोनों ने हाँ करी तभी शादी होगा, ठीक है? And he also issued an ordinance to prohibit the consumption of alcohol. What does Barney say? That he himself gave up drinking. But people of Delhi शुरू से आदत है शराब पीने की, बाज नहीं आए. So they started to manufacture and consume their own alcohol. तो नकली बनाई तो कुछ अंधे हो गए, कुछ मर गए. Therefore, he had to relax this policy. What did he say? That now you cannot consume alcohol publicly, but if you want to do it privately, that is your own affair. बलबन ने नहीं किया था. हाँ, alcohol himself he had given up because he wanted to cultivate the personality of a semi-divine entity above all mere mortals. Okay, so this was the idea. Absolute centralized monarchy. Balban was also there, but under Alauddin Khilji, it had gone to a new height. Okay? Revenue reforms. So, what were the objectives? To raise a large military. Therefore, revenue income had to be increased. Till now, there was no system of survey and measurement, and there was no direct link between the state and the peasant. Land revenue was being collected through intermediaries who were enjoying a number of tax exemptions. Alauddin Khilji ने ये सब change कर दिया अब. He introduced a new system of survey and measurement known as the Mashahat system. New unit of land measure, Wafa Biswa. So Biswa was introduced by him. Rate of land revenue was increased. कितना? 50% कर दिया गया. Right. All the intermediaries such as Khut, Muqaddam, Iqtadars, they were all deprived of their revenue collecting powers. They were also now being forced to pay the land revenue at the normal rate, right? So Diwan-e Mustakharaj was also created. Acha. All tax-free land grants were also confiscated, and he introduced 2 new kinds of taxes. कौन से? Ghari and Charai. Ghari was a house tax and Charai was a grazing tax. The rate of khums was also increased to 4/5. So see, under the Islamic theory of state, a taxation regime has also been prescribed. How many prescribed taxes under Sharia? 5. ठीक है, कौन से? खराज, उश्र और जिजिया, ज़कात एंड भीख मांगना नहीं होता है, चैरिटी देना होता है. ठीक है. खराज क्या है? It is land revenue collected from non-Muslims. Ushra is land revenue collected from Muslims. Jizya is non-Muslim say it is a poll tax. Earlier it was conceived as a protection tax, but later it was used as an oppressive tool in order to spread Islam. Zakat is a charity given to the poor by the Muslims, and khums is the state's share in war booty. So after a war, if you are victorious, the enemy property falls into your hands. Now it has to be divided among whom? The soldiers and the state. क्या prescribe किया है under Shariat? That 1/5 only should be taken by the Sultan. The remainder 4/5 should be distributed equally among the soldiers. Now this rate of khums has been inverted. 4/5 would now go to the Sultan and the remaining 1/5 would be divided among the soldiers. ठीक है? Yes. These are the prescribed laws under the Shariat. These are the Shariat laws. ठीक है? Now, in order to ensure that no corruption embezzlement was happening at the village level, he also started organizing surprise inspections of the Patwari's accounts. और अगर कोई irregularity मिली तो at the same time सूली पे चढ़ा दिया जाएगा. Then new and cruel punishments were also invented, such as capital punishment तो already था. Different forms of torture. सूली पे चढ़ाना, क्रूसिफाई करना, देन ऑर्डियल्स ऑफ फायर, ऑर्डियल्स ऑफ वाटर, टैटू कर देना, मेरा बाप चोर है, मेरा पति चोर है, राइट? सो दीज काइंड्स ऑफ थिंग्स they were also introduced during this period. So that was done by everybody. Balban also used to do that. He used to display the bodies of his dead enemies, so as a warning to everybody else. Now, market reforms or price controls. सबसे पहले तो ये बताओ हैं क्या ये? मार्केट रिफॉर्म्स है या फिर प्राइस कंट्रोल्स है? हाँ हाँ, so this was a system of price controls by the state with the objective of raising a large army at a low cost. The idea was that if the prices in the markets were kept low, large number of soldiers could be employed by the state by giving them smaller salaries. ठीक है? So कहाँ पे इंट्रोड्यूस किया गया? In the free zone or control zone. So the entire empire was divided into two zones, free zone and control zone. It was employed in the control zone only. Control zone was the region which was under the direct rule of the Sultan, where the Sultan's control was the strongest. कहाँ से कहाँ तक? Lahore to Allahabad. ठीक है? Now, this was firstly the most populous region of the empire, so यहाँ पे लगाने का फायदा सबसे ज्यादा था. Secondly, the control of the Sultan was strongest over here, and the majority of the military was also stationed in this region. That is why the utility was mostly over here. In order to implement these reforms, a new department was introduced, the Diwan-e-Riyasat. 3 different kinds of markets were to be created. कौन-कौन से? Mandi, Sadar Adl, and a market for living beings. Mandi was a market for food items. Sadar Adl was a market for essential goods such as sugar, salt, oil, cloth, etc. And market for living beings, यहाँ पे horses, cattle, slaves, etc. would be sold. Now, the prices of all the commodities were fixed personally by the Sultan. ठीक है? He would be deciding कि कितना price होगा. अच्छा, if any underweighing or overpricing was being done, तो सजा मिलेगी. क्या सजा? नहीं, जितना आपने चुराया है, the same amount of flesh is going to be taken from you. ठीक है? तो pound of flesh. अच्छा, then spies were also employed by the state to report such activities, surprise inspections. हाँ, pound of flesh. हाँ, ले लेगा. You will be given the choice also कि कहाँ से निकलवाना है. ठीक है? That was the idea. अच्छा, now the mechanism of price controls could succeed only if there was no shortage. किसका shortage नहीं होना चाहिए? Essential items का और any of the items which are being sold in the market. So steps had to be taken to ensure the availability of various goods in the markets. For example, for ensuring availability of food grains, half of the entire revenue from the Doab was to be collected in kind form, so that in the markets there would be no shortage of food grains. ठीक है? Licenses were also issued to banjaras to bring the grains directly from the field to the licensed markets. Who were banjaras? Nomadic grain traders. ठीक है? अच्छा, now only licensed traders were allowed to set up shops inside the markets. Luxury goods were rationed and imported goods were subsidized, so that there is no shortage of any kinds of these goods. Markets were to have a police official also known as the Shahana-e-Manda. ठीक, शाहनाए मंडी, ठीक है, इतना क्लियर है? Now, next important ruler, Muhammad bin Tughlaq. Now, other important details you can take on your own. Muhammad bin Tughlaq is famous for his 6 experiments. So, 6 balls in an over, every ball hit wicket. ठीक है? So, this was Muhammad bin Tughlaq. सबसे पहला experiment क्या था? Transfer of capital from where to where? Delhi to Daulatabad. Barni क्या बोलता है? That he forced everybody, even the blind people, cripples, cats and dogs to move to Daulatabad. After reaching Daulatabad, क्या हुआ? Turning brain, right? So he realized his mistake and ordered everybody to go back. And इस पूरे सिलसिले में half the population of Delhi died and Delhi was deserted for several years. This is not true as it is borne out by other evidence. That evidence you can read on your own. Next experiment, token currency of 1329 to 1323. क्या था token currency? He wanted to save gold and silver. So he tried to replicate the activities of the Mongol Yuan dynasty in China. Mongols ने क्या किया था? They had introduced the paper currency or token currency. So he also introduced certain token coins made of base metals such as copper to replace the gold and silver coins. Alright, did this system succeed? The idea was good, idea was valid, but it did not succeed. Why? Because these coins did not have enough security features. तो गांधी जी का चश्मा यहाँ पे जो था ठीक पोजीशन में नहीं लगाया गया था and the kind of security features, the holographic script etc. used on the currency notes, इस तरह के features यहाँ पे missing थे. So these were easily forged. What was the result? Inflation was going to take place. Then the confidence of the traders in this currency, that also plummeted. The traders refused to accept these coins. Finally, what did the state have to do? It had to replace these coins with the pure coins or the precious metal coins. Right? No, token currency was done by him only. Iltutmish's contribution to currency, what was it? Silver tanka and copper jittal. So first pure Arabic coins were introduced by him. Acha, now next, Khurasan expedition. What is this? Khurasan is Khwarizm. ठीक है? So according to Ziauddin Barni, some people from Khurasan had come, some nobles from Khurasan, and buttered up the Sultan, flattered him, and Sultan started to believe that he is very powerful. Therefore, he raised a very large army, 3.7 lakh soldiers, and paid them 1 year's salary in advance. And after six months, again turning brain, right? He gave up the plan. So what happened as a result of this? अब 6 महीने में all the salary the soldiers had already spent, and एक जहाँ पे है जुआ खेलने की आदत, शराब पीने की आदत, अफीम खाने की आदत लग चुकी है. Now they are going to start doing what? Creating law and order problems for the regular citizens. So robbery, brigandry, etc. All of this increased. According to Barni, this was because the Sultan realized his mistake and came to his senses. But the failure of the plan, why the plan was withdrawn, was due to the emerging political situation in the Khorasan region itself. Then the Karachi Expedition. What was this? Karachi was a small Himalayan state which was a tributary state of the Sultanate. Now, the ruler of Karachi had stopped paying his annual tribute, and so Muhammad bin Tughlaq sent about 10,000 soldiers to bring Karachi to heel. What does Barni say? That because the soldiers, the officers, etc. were Hindus, what did they do? They betrayed the Sultan, they stayed back over there, they started creating problems, and only 10 of them returned and told the Sultan that the expedition had failed. What did the Sultan do? इन 10 जो वापस आए थे इनको ही मार दिया, right? But reality was that the expedition was actually successful. While returning back, there were landslides and heavy rainfall, because of which the expedition became quite costly, right? Due to all of these failures, क्या किया? transfer of capital, token currency, Khorasan expedition, the Karachi expedition. What happened to the imperial treasury? Completely empty. Therefore, he introduced a new policy of taxation. He increased the rate of taxation in the Doab and started to enforce the system of revenue and measurement very, very strictly. So, according to Burney, the rate of taxation increased by 10 to 20 times. So, what was the result of this? Peasants, they stopped cultivating their fields, and in order to escape the wrath of the Sultanate revenue collectors, they migrated towards the forest. They freed their animals, etc. सब लोग भाग गए. What happened to agriculture? It completely plummeted. State revenue also vanished. सब कुछ गायब हो गया. And according to Burney, why was this? Because the Sultan was very prideful and easy to anger. He had been angered when some of the peasants had written to him asking him not to implement this policy. So गुस्से में आकर के he made it very, very strict. But real reason for failure of this policy क्या था? नहीं, टैक्सेशन तो ज़्यादा बढ़ा ही था. The policy coincided with a period of crop failure. So because of which there were major famines. The Sultan was also being served by some officials who were not very scrupulous. ठीक है? And because of which a number of illegal cesses, also known as abwabs, abwabs were being collected. So abwab is a word for an illegitimate tax or illegal cess. A cess is a tax on tax. So the state did not provide for this, but the revenue collector collected it as part of his nazrana. ठीक है? Bakshish. Now this was the real reason for the increased burden of taxation. Why was he so critical of Muhammad bin Tughlaq? He was writing during the reign of Firoz Shah Tughlaq. Initially, Firoz Shah Tughlaq had been criticized by Burney, but then Firoz Shah Tughlaq became the new Sultan. So अब Burney को क्या करना था? He had to appease Firoz Shah Tughlaq. How to appease him? By contrasting him with the predecessor. So predecessor को दिखाओ villain, Firoz Shah Tughlaq को दिखाओ hero. ठीक है? So this was the idea. Now sorry. Now, what did the Sultan do when he got to know about all of these changes, all of these problems? He introduced the new Department of Agriculture. You remember? Diwane Amir ko hi, and he started giving this क्या बोलते हैं rehabilitative loans to the farmers. These loans were known as the Sondhar loans or Takkavi loans. So Sondhar or Takkavi loans were the names for rehabilitative agricultural loans. ठीक है? अच्छा. Now agriculture was in shambles and the Sultan desperately wanted to both expand and revive agriculture, for which he introduced a model agricultural farm. क्या था ये model agricultural farm? He set out a sum of 70 lakh tankas and it was to be spread or spent over 3 years in order to expand agriculture in wasteland. Wasteland is actually fertile land where cultivation is not taking place. So peasants were to be given new money, new resources, implement seeds, etc. to expand agriculture. Now this was a single block of land about 100 square kilometers in size. According to Burney, it failed. Why? Because the Sultan had chosen a piece of land which was completely barren. ठीक है? But real reason क्या था? Corruption by the state officials. All right. So this was the experience of Muhammad bin Tughlaq. As a result of all of these things, what happened? The empire became weak and it started to contract. Revolts and rebellions started breaking out in different parts of the empire. For example, in 1335, Madurai broke away from the Sultanate and a new Madurai Sultanate emerged. In 1336, Harihar and Bukka laid the foundations of the Vijayanagar Empire. In 1338, a rebellion also erupted in Bengal, which also declared independence. In 1347, The Bahmani Sultanate emerged under which ruler? Alauddin Bahman Shah Hasan Gangu. ठीक है. Next important ruler, Firoz Shah Tughlaq. Now, Firoz Shah Tughlaq, what was his relationship to Muhammad bin Tughlaq? Cousin, right? So, Muhammad bin Tughlaq had completely suppressed the nobility. Therefore, the nobility was now in favor of a weak personality. All right. So, it supported both the nobility as well as the ulema class. It supported Firoz Shah Tughlaq. At the time when Firoz Shah Tughlaq came to the throne, the Sultanate was facing a number of problems, such as revolts and rebellions throughout the empire, economic weaknesses, the agriculture was completely in shambles, foreign invasions were also imminent. Right. Now, this situation required a person of good extreme or administrative as well as military ability. Firoz Shah Tughlaq lacked both of these qualities, and therefore he adopted the policy of appeasement, both in his external policy as well as his internal policy. Right? अच्छा. Now, external policy में क्या क्या important है? Now, during his tenure, Firoz Shah Tughlaq undertook 4 military expeditions. First one against a small Himalayan kingdom in Himachal Pradesh, that is Nagarkot. In this expedition, the famous Jwalamukhi temple was destroyed, and he successfully was able to extract tribute from the ruler of Nagarkot. Other 3 expeditions ended in complete failure. 2 against Bengal and last one against Sindh. So Sindh wala jo expedition tha, that could not even materialize. Delhi to Sindh, they were going through the Rann of Kutch, and the Sultan and his army got lost in the middle. ठीक है. 6 महीने तक they remained lost and they had to be rescued by another officer, Khwaja Maqbool or Khan-e-Jahan. So following this, what did Firoz Shah Tughlaq do? He said that I am abandoning the policy of war because I don't want to shed the blood of innocent Muslims. The real reason क्या था? He was not very good at it, therefore he had to give up. ठीक है? अच्छा, and thus his focus shifted towards appeasement of the people within the empire. So policy of appeasement internally was reflected in his revenue reforms also. So first of all, he conducted a detailed survey of the entire territory of the Sultanate, led by Khan-e-Jahan. He was the prime minister, and the annual revenue of the entire Sultanate was permanently fixed at 6.5 crore tankas. ठीक है? So permanent settlement, you know, Cornwallis ने जो introduce किया था, first time it had been introduced in India by Firoz Shah Tughlaq. Clear? अच्छा. Now, Firoz Shah Tughlaq also abolished 21 non-Shariat taxes, such as Ghari, Charai, etc. Apart from this, a number of abwabs, etc. All of them were abolished by him and replaced by the 5 Shariat taxes only in the prescribed amounts. Now, Barney informs us that as a result of these reforms, agriculture flourished and the imperial treasury was refilled. So, these were quite successful according to Barney. Then, in order to revive agriculture, some agrarian reforms were also introduced, such as the setting up of small experimental farms in the vicinity of Delhi. 1200 orchards were laid in and around Delhi, because of which food productivity also increased. The state also encouraged the cultivation of superior crops. And you remember Takkavi loans, Sondhar loans? क्या थे ये? Rehabilitative loans given by Muhammad bin Tughlaq. They were written off because the peasantry was quite unhappy. Then, in order to further improve agriculture, a network of 5 canals around Delhi was constructed by him. In order to provide irrigation, new irrigation tax was introduced. This irrigation tax was known as Haq-e-Sharb. ठीक है, तो वो take note of this, Haq-e-Sharb. ठीक है. अच्छा, now Firoz Shah Barney says that these reforms were highly successful and there was no shortage of food during Firoz Shah Tughlaq's reign. Now judicial reforms were also introduced. So milder penal code was introduced. All the cruel punishments, etc., they were outlawed now. Welfare initiatives, Diwan-e-Ishtiyaq, you remember? क्या था ये? Rehabilitation department. Diwan-e-Khairat, charity department for marrying young girls. Diwane Bandangan, Department of Slaves. Darul Shifa or Dawakhana, these were free infirmaries or treatment houses. And free kitchens or soup kitchens were also organized by him. He also took extra care for welfare of travelers. So, inns, sarais, etc., they were introduced by him. Now, were these welfare measures were also used as a tool for promoting Islam. Okay. Now, public works. Firoz Shah Tughlaq was also a great builder. क्या क्या बनाया? 5 cities. कौन से? फिरोज शाह कोटला, also known as Firozabad. कहाँ? दिल्ली. Fatehbad and Hisar Firoza in Haryana, and Firozabad and Jaunpur in UP. He also constructed a network of 5 major canals around Delhi. अच्छा. He repaired the Hauze-Shamsi. Now, Hauze-Shamsi क्या है? A tank, a reservoir built by Iltutmish, and the Hauze-Alai or Hauze-Khas built by Alauddin Khilji. He also repaired the Kutub Minar, added its 5th story, transported 2 Ashokan pillars to Delhi. कहाँ से? Meerut and Topara. Now, he also designed an astronomical calendar. क्या बोलते थे इसको? Utsarlabh, in order to better predict the onset of seasons. Concept of clock towers was also introduced by him. So these were known as ताश-ए-घड़ियाल, but they did not have a gear clock mechanism. यहाँ पे क्या होता था? A candle which was marked, after 3 hours it is going to be this much time. So that used to be placed at the bottom of the tower. Person used to sit there, stare at the candle all day, and at the appropriate moment ऊपर जाके चिल्लाएगा, सुनो सुनो सुनो, टाइम 3 बजे हो चुका है, राइट, नमाज पढ़ने का टाइम हो गया. This was the idea. He also constructed a number of sarais, palaces, built bridges, mosques, madrasas, and pleasure resorts. Now, Firoz Shah Tughlaq was a great patron of learning as well. He is the only Sultan of Delhi to have written an autobiography. क्या लिखा है? Futuhat-e-Firoz Shahi. He also patronized accomplished scholars such as Barni and Afif. Now, you remember his attack on Nagarkot. Which temple had been destroyed? Jwalamukhi temple. Now, in that temple, there was a great library also, and more than 1200 Sanskrit manuscripts were confiscated. He ordered these 1200 works to be translated into 3 compilations in Farsi. Rag Darpan was a work on music, Teeb-e-Firuz Shahi was a work on medicine, and Dalil-e-Firuz Shahi was a work on philosophy. ठीक है? The idea of Firoz Shah Tughlaq as ideal Muslim king, etc. You can read all of this on your own. Invasion of Amir Timur. Who was the ruler of Delhi? Nasiruddin Muhammad Tughlaq. Which famous historian has written about it? Afif. Which book? Tarikh-e-Firuz Shahi. What does he say? According to him, Timur slaughtered the entire population of Delhi. Large number of people were enslaved, and the Sultan was forced to pay the equivalent of 3 years of revenue in one go in order to purchase peace. Okay? After this, Delhi also lost its place as the cultural center of the Islamic world, because the invader also carried off all the literary cultural figures away to Samarkand. Okay? So this is the idea. Any doubts? Samarkand कहाँ पे है भाई? उज्बेकिस्तान में है. ठीक है? That was Timur's capital. हाँ, Central Asia. Any doubts? आगे बढ़े. The Vijayanagar and Bahmani kingdoms. How many dynasties ruled over the Vijayanagar Empire? 4 dynasties. कौन से? Sangam, Suluva, Tuluva, and Arividu dynasty. ठीक है? Now, Sangam dynasty was the earliest one. Founders, Harihar and Bukka. What is their story? Initially, they were feudatories of the Hoysalas stationed at Kampilya. Then Muhammad bin Tughlaq invaded the Deccan region. The Kampilya was captured. Harihar and Bukka were also imprisoned, brought to Delhi, converted to Islam, and sent back to Kampilya to rule in name of the Sultan. After this, what happened? Their guru came. Name of the guru was Vidyaranya. क्या किया? घर वापसी, right? And after that, they founded a new empire. with its capital at Vijayanagar, modern day Hampi, on the banks of which river? Tungabhadra. Right. Now they ruled jointly and assumed titles such as Hindu Suratans. Most famous Sangam kings, Devraya I and Devraya II. Devraya I, during his reign, one Italian traveler came to Vijayanagar, Niccolo Conti. What has he said about Vijayanagar? So he says that Vijayanagar was the largest city in the world according to him and was as large and as beautiful as Rome. Now he has also given evidence of the existence of sati in India. Acha, the King Devraya I, his contemporary in the Bahmani Sultanate was? He was famously the adversary of Firuz Shah Bahman. ठीक है? Firuz Shah Bahman initially defeated Devraya I, captured a large part of Devraya's territory and also married one of the daughters of Devraya I. फिर देवराया I ने क्या किया? He formed an alliance with a neighboring kingdom. कौन? Warangal, ruled by which dynasty? Kakatiyas. And then together they defeated Firuz Shah Bahman. After which Firuz Shah Bahman was forced to abdicate the throne. ठीक है? So याद रहेगा? Alright. Next important ruler, Devraya II. Now during his reign, a Persian traveler came to India. His name was Abdur Razak, originally from Herat. He was the ambassador of the ruler of Khorasan, Shahrukh Mirza, to the court of Devraya II. What has he written? Malta Sidain wa Majmaul Bahrain. This is the name of the book that he has written. What does it talk about? The wealth and splendor of the king and the city of Vijayanagar. According to him, Vijayanagar was the largest and most well-provisioned city in the world. He says that the market of Vijayanagar was 10 times as large as the market of Herat. According to him, traders of precious metals and jewels flocked its streets and bazaars, and the market sold every imaginable commodity. So, हीरे जवाहरात आलू प्याज की तरह बिक रहे थे. This was the idea. He mentions that the Vijayanagar treasury was filled with molten gold nuggets. He has also talked about the fortification of Vijayanagar. How many fortification walls? 7 levels of fortification. So most cities have one fortification wall, but Vijayanagar was surrounded by 7 different walls, and it had the provisions to withstand a long siege as well. There was running water in Vijayanagar and agricultural fields within the city, so almost impregnable. Now, he also mentions the prevalence of the sati system, and he says that the state used to collect taxes even from prostitution and gambling. That means these two activities must have been legal. He has also talked about the strength of the Vijayanagar army, 11 lakh soldiers, and according to him, Vijayanagar had 300 forts. Next dynasty, Tuluva dynasty, not a very important one. You simply have to remember the name of the founder, Saluva Narasimha. Then the Tuluva dynasty, founder is Veer Narasimha. Right. Most important ruler, Krishna Dev Raya. Even Babar has mentioned him in the Tuzuke Babri. ठीक है, क्या बोला है? That among all the kings in India, Krishna Dev Raya is the most capable. Alright, so he was firstly a great warrior and made territorial gains at the cost of the Bijapur Sultanate and the Gajpatis of Odisha. He was also a great patron of the arts. Himself he wrote 2 works. कौन से? Amugd Malyada and the Jambavati Kalyanam. What is the Amugd Malyada? A Telugu play. The main theme is marriage between Vishnu and one of his consorts, and he also refers to statecraft. So it is also a work on statecraft. And Jambavati Kalyanam is a Sanskrit play. His court was also adorned by the Ashtadiggajas. You remember na? Most famous one, Telani Raman. Now, during his period, Telugu literature emerged out of the shadow of Sanskrit literature. So, he took special care to promote Telugu literature as well. He also patronized Tamil and Kannada literature, apart from Telugu and Sanskrit. Now, two important foreign travelers from Portugal came to Vijayanagar during his rule. Con? Barbosa and Pais. Duarte Barbosa and Domingo Pais. Duarte Barbosa describes shipbuilding and the Sati system. He also says that diamonds and precious stones were imported from Pegu. What is Pegu? Burma. And silk was imported from China, whereas black pepper came from the Malabar coast. So he has talked about the extensive trade relations of Vijayanagar with the eastern world. Domingo Pais. Now, he was the Portuguese ambassador at the court of Vijayanagar. He has also talked about the beauty of Vijayanagar and the personal attributes, personality of the king. Now, it was during Krishnadev Raya's rule that Vijayanagar gained an important strategic advantage over the Adil Shahis of Bijapur. क्या हुआ था? In 1510, Vijayanagar helped the Portuguese capture Goa from the Adil Shahis. After this, they got a regular and exclusive supply of war horses, right? So they had an advantage. Then after Krishnadev Raya, a new dynasty came along, Arividu dynasty, right? And one ruler of the Arividu dynasty was Ashyut Raya. Now, Ashyut Raya was the last important ruler, and it was during his tenure that in 1565, which battle took place? Talikota, also known as Bani Hatti, also known as Rakshas Tagdi. क्या हुआ था इसमें? The four combined sultanates, they defeated the Vijayanagar armies, being led by Ram Raya, not Ashyut Raya. So power had shifted to Ram Raya, who was the prime minister, but he was the real power behind the throne. So Ashyut Raya was a puppet ruler. Now during Ashyut Raya's reign, a Portuguese horse trader Fernando Nunes visited the empire. क्या डिस्क्रिप्शन दिया है इसने? He has talked about the social and cultural aspects of the Vijayanagar empire. About women, he says that there were a large number of women scribes, wrestlers, astronomers, musicians, and fortune tellers in Vijayanagar. Now, UPSC has directly asked the question in the last year from here. Right, so that is why we are paying so much attention to what these foreign travelers have said. He also mentions the existence of social evils such as dowry, sati, and child marriage, which prevailed in the Vijayanagar Empire. He praises Brahmins for their honesty and their learning, and according to him, the kings of Quinlon is Quinlon, कोल्लम कहाँ पे है? मालाबार कोस्ट पर, ठीक है. क्विनलॉन, श्रीलंका, पुलिकट, टेनासरीम, मलाया एटसेट्रा, दे पेड ट्रिब्यूट, होमेज टू द विजयनगर किंग. सो इसका मतलब क्या हुआ? विजयनगर किंग वाज देयर ओवरलॉर्ड अकॉर्डिंग टू न्यूनेस. He also describes the Nayankara system and says that the rate of land revenue was 1/10. Nayankara system we are going to discuss in greater detail. Acha. About administration. So first, the position of the king and the institution of kingship. So what kind of a government did Vijayanagar have? Absolute monarchy. ठीक है? One second. All right. So absolute monarchy. Now the kings also ruled in the name of which god? Lord Virupaksha. ठीक है? In fact, all the royal orders were signed in the name of Sri Virupaksh. So even though Krishnadev Raya was signing it, he would say Virupaksha is signing it. Now, the absolutism of the monarch was also reflected in his high-sounding titles such as Maharaja Dhiraj, Andhra Broj, Hindu Suratan, etc. Now, although there were no checks on his authority, there were some customary checks. That is the idea of dharma, Raj Dharma, right? So, because of this, under most occasions, the kings were benevolent despots. Now, unlike all other powers in North India, the Vijayanagar Empire had a fixed rule of succession. What was their idea? That during the lifetime of the king, he would nominate the crown prince, that is Yuvraj, and Yuvraj and the king would rule together, so that when the king dies, there is smooth transfer of power. So, although dynastic changes happened, but usually the transfer of power was quite smooth. At the same time, powerful feudal elements were also present in the Vijayanagar Empire. Now, first, central administration. So, the king was assisted by a cabinet of ministers known as the Mantri Parishad. The king was the chief executive and advised by the top mantris. The Mantri Parishad itself, the cabinet, was assisted by a Sachivalaya or secretariat. What was this? It consisted of career civil servants who were responsible for the day-to-day administration of the empire at the central level. Now, the Sachivalaya was manned by officers from different levels of government. It consisted of central government officials also, representatives of the provincial governments, and representatives of the feudal elements, the Nayankar system as well. Alright. Taxation. What was the main source of state income? Land revenue. According to Fernando Nunes, what was the rate of land revenue? 1/10, right? However, other sources inform us that it varied from 1/6 to 1/4. Now, unlike the other powers, there were no tax exemptions in the Vijayanagar Empire. However, certain categories of lands were taxed at a lower rate. These included the Brahmadeya land and the Devdan land. Brahmadeya land is the land that is granted to priests, Brahmin priests, and Devdana land to temples. So for Brahmadeya land, the rate of land revenue was 1/20th of the produce, and Devdan land 1/30th of the produce. Various other economic activities such as trade, commerce, mining, forestry, gambling, prostitution, and even marriages were taxed during the Vijayanagar Empire. Okay? So you can make special note of this. Taxation of marriages also used to take place. What was the social attitude in Vijayanagar towards widow remarriage? Positive or negative? Negative. Okay? So widow remarriage was usually prohibited by the people. However, the kings of Vijayanagar used to encourage it. How? By exempting the widow remarriages from taxation. Alright? हाँ, ब्रह्मदेव चोला में भी था, बिल्कुल, यहाँ पे भी है. You are going to find a number of similarities between the Chola and the Vijayanagar period. Now, coming to provincial administration, now the empire was divided into a number of provinces known either as Rajya or as Mandalam, headed by a Rajyapal. Okay? The Rajya was further subdivided into sub-provincial units, Valnadus, Nadus, Kurrams, Kottams and Grams, etc. वो आपको हायरार्की याद रखने की जरूरत नहीं है. The Rajyapals enjoyed a number of significant powers which provincial governors in other parts of India did not enjoy. क्या क्या powers enjoy करते थे? They could collect taxes, ठीक है? They could maintain their own armies. So these were powers that were enjoyed by provincial governors in other parts of India as well. However, these Rajyapals in Vijayanagar had some extra powers. They could autonomously levy or abolish taxes. Okay? So this was a sovereign power that they enjoyed. Secondly, they could also issue currency in their ओन नेम, तो ये एक्स्ट्रा पावर था। ठीक है, याद रहेगा। नेक्स्ट वी हैव द नयनकार सिस्टम। व्हाट वाज दिस? This was the system of military feudalism in the Vijayanagar Empire. The Nayakas or Amar Nayakas were the top military officials. How were they paid? No, through land grants. तभी तो ना feudalism वाला system है. They were paid through land grants. These land grants were known as Amaram land. ठीक है? अच्छा. Now, initially, the Amaram grants were not hereditary in nature, but with time they became hereditary, and the position of the Amar Nayakas vis-a-vis the kings that increased, right? So they became more powerful. The Amar Nayakas enjoyed the following powers. क्या powers? They could maintain their own armies and they could also collect taxes. Could they issue coins in their own name? No. Could they abolish or levy new taxes? No. They also did not have that power. ठीक है? So, what was the nature of the Vijayanagar polity? Completely centralized or completely decentralized? Middle. It was a mixture of both. It was a synthesis of centralized administration as well as feudal administration. ठीक है? अब this system of Amar Nayakas, now Amar Nayakas क्या हो गए? They are the big military feudal lords. It was also hierarchical. Amar Nayakas at the top level. The second level were known as Palaigar, later known as Polygars, and junior most were known as Ayagars. ठीक है? Amar Nayaka's territory was known as Amaram. Palaigar's territory was known as Palayam, and Ayagar territory was known as Gram. Okay? इसके ऊपर प्रोविंशियल गवर्नर नहीं है. देखो, you can imagine the territory of the Vijayanagar Empire. ठीक है? This is the land that is being ruled directly by the king. ठीक है? Over here, central government officials are in charge of all the activities, the revenue collection, the law and order, administration of justice, etc. Then there are going to be a number of mandalams or rajyas throughout the empire. Alright, over here, who is going to be in charge of administration? Provincial governors known as Rajyapals, right? Now, in the other parts of the territory, you are going to have a feudal system. The land over here is going to be under the control of the Amar Nayakas, the feudal lords. ठीक है? समझ में आया? दोनों आर्मी रखेंगे बिल्कुल, राज्यपाल भी एंड फ्यूडल लॉर्ड्स भी. राज्यपाल्स आर गोइंग टू बी मोर आंसरेबल टू द किंग्स. ठीक है? They are either going to be personally related to the king or are going to be their most trusted advisors. So the king's control over the provinces is going to be stronger. However, the king's control over the Amar Nayakas is going to be tenuous. So that is why you will often find while reading Vijayanagar history in detail that the Amar Nayakas used to often conspire against the king. There was a lot of intrigue at the court. they often used to conduct their foreign policies independent of the foreign policy of the king. यानी कि king के enemy के साथ handshake कर लेंगे and they would start marching against the king. So these kinds of things also used to take place. All right. क्या? हाँ. Yeah, this is hierarchical in nature. So Amar Nayakas are going to be given control over the entire region. They are going to be in charge of some junior officers known as the Palaigars, who are going to be given charge of independent forts, individual forts, and then some grams or villages are going to be controlled by a council of Ayagars. ठीक है? तो Ayagar system क्या है? It is linked with the military feudalism of the Vijayanagar Empire. It was a system of local government in the villages. It is supposed to be the, you can say, successor to the Chola village administration. You remember Chola village administration में? हाँ, तो वहाँ पे क्या होता था? A local village assembly used to govern itself. And how were the members chosen? Through election, right? But now in the Vijayanagar Empire, the system of elections has vanished. Who are the Ayagars? They are a collection of 12 small local level military officials who have been given certain privileges and responsibilities at the village level. Okay? So each village had 12 officials nominated by the state called Ayagars. Primarily, they were chosen from among the local Brahmins and were paid in the form of land grants in the villages themselves. Okay? Acha. Each Ayagar was responsible for separate functions such as irrigation, maintenance of public spaces, organizing fairs and festivals, setting prices of local goods, etc. The position of the Ayagars was both hereditary as well as saleable. That means you could sell the office to somebody else. Now, the system closely resembled Chola village administration, except that the element of election was missing. Okay? Is this clear? Achha. Now coming to the Vijayanagar society. So the Vijayanagar society was a continuation of the Sangamate society. You remember the society was horizontally divided. There was twofold Varna distinction, the existence of right hand and left hand castes, the Idangai and Valangai, right? So all of these were features of the Vijayanagar society as well. Position of women, that was quite poor. Widow remarriage was not accepted within the society, but it was promoted by the state. Now, there were some learned women figures, so the position of women in South India was not as bad as in North India, but women in South India had to contend with their own set of problems, such as the Devdasi system. Devdasi system क्या है? So Devdasis were young girls mostly belonging to poor and lower caste families who were sold to the temple as property of the temple. Their purpose in the temple was to serve the deity, so to clean the temple, to you can say to decorate the temple premises, to perform on various religious functions, etc. However, they were exploited sexually in the temples and outside as well. So they were gradually pushed into prostitution. Okay. Now there was another class of women performers associated with temples. They were known as Ganikas. Who were Ganikas? These were highly trained and educated performers, so they enjoyed a lot of social respectability. They did not used to live within the temple premises, they used to live in the city. They were invited by the temple on special occasions to give their recitals or performances. Okay? So these were the Ganikas. Now, although the Varnashram Dharma system was rigidly observed, Vijayanagar kings were remarkably liberal and practical in their outlook. How do we know this? They employed people from all backgrounds irrespective of their religious or caste status. So whether you are Muslim, whether you are Christian, a person of a lower caste, if you can provide some service to the king, he is going to employ you. Okay? They even joined hands with the Golconda Sultanate against the Gajpati rulers. Okay. Next, we have the Bahmani Sultanate. So Vijayanagar was spread over which linguistic regions? Linguistic regions. Kannada and Telugu and Tamil. ठीक है. Bahmani Sultanate was spread across Telugu or Kannada and Maratha, right? So these were the linguistic regions covered by the Bahmani Sultanate. It was just to the north of the Vijayanagar Empire. Huh? Yeah, the languages were there. Develop हो गई. अच्छा. Now the Bahmani history can be divided into two phases. From 1347 up to 1482, when the Bahmani Sultanate existed as a unified political entity. Then in 1482, it broke apart into 5 successor states. Okay? So, United Bahmani and successor states. Alright. Who was the founder? Alauddin Hassan, also known as Bahman Shah, also known as Hassan Gangu. After declaring independence from Muhammad bin Tughlaq, he established his new capital at Gulbarga. Right. Important rulers: Firoz Shah Bahmani and Adil Shah Wali. Now, important contributions of Firoz Shah Bahmani. किसका एडवर्सरी था ये? Which Sangam dynasty king? No, Dev Raya the first. ठीक है? Dev Raya the first. Now, Firoz Shah Bahmani was a learned ruler. He was a polymath. He was well versed in several languages and was classically trained in various disciplines of learning. So, he was an expert of history, logic, religion, grammar, astronomy, mathematics, and medicine. उस जमाने के राजा महाराजा they had multiple wives. तो इनकी एक खूबी और थी that wherever his wife was from, he used to converse with her in her mother tongue. So he knew how to speak Arabic, Persian, Turkish, Urdu, Kannada, Telugu, everything. ठीक है? So this was another feature. Now he was a very tolerant ruler and accepted people from all religious backgrounds. He had personally read both the Old and New Testament, and during his tenure, a very important Chishti Sufi saint came and established his khanka at Gulbarga. क्या नाम था? गेसू दराज, also known as बंदे नवाज. गेसू मतलब बाल और दराज मतलब लंबे, तो इनके लंबे काले बाल थे, तो इनका नाम गेसू दराज पड़ गया था. अच्छा, he is regarded as the father of Deccani Urdu. Which important seminal work of Deccani Urdu had he composed? The Mirajul Ashikin. ठीक है? आशिकीन. नहीं नहीं, पहले जो रेखता है that emerged in North India, then it traveled to South India. It interacted primarily with Telugu. A number of words were exchanged between these two languages, and North India में एक separate development हो रहा था उर्दू का. ठीक है? So this process started taking place from the 14th and 15th century onwards. मेन सेंटर अपना क्या बोलते हैं, दिल्ली यूपी वाला रीजन, यहाँ पे इमर्ज हुआ. Now, after the decline of the Delhi Sultanate, a large number of learned men also migrated towards the south. कहाँ पे गए सब लोग? Towards Gulbarga. Right. Firoz Shah Bahmani also invited scholars and nobles from Iran and Iraq, because of which new doctrine came to India. That was the Shiite religion, right? So Shia faith also gained prominence in this part of India. This also became the background for a future dispute between two groups in the Bahmani nobility. कौन कौन? नहीं, not Shia and Sunni. Deccani and Afaki. Also known as Garib. ठीक है? So who were the Deccanis? These were the people who had settled in the Deccan region ever since the time of Muhammad bin Tughlaq. ठीक है? And Afakis or Gharibs were the people who had started coming to India from the time of Firoz Shah Bahmani. ठीक है? So these were foreigners, these were more indigenous. Alright? This also became one of the reasons for the breaking up of the Deccani Sultanate, of the Bahmani Sultanate. Now, he also inducted a large number of Hindus in administration, and which possibly acted as a balance against the influx of foreigners called Afakis or Gharibs. He also built an observatory in Daulatabad, and he had a long-lasting conflict with Devraya I. Initially, he defeated Devraya I, then was defeated by Devraya I. He was forced to abdicate later on in favor of his brother Ahmad Shah Wali. Why is he called Wali? Because of his interest in Sufism. Sufism में wali क्या होता है? The spiritual successor of the Peer, right? Also synonymous with the Peer himself. So an important Sufi literary person, learned personality, that is wali. किससे associated थे ये? Gesu Daraz से, right? So the Urs of Gesu Daraz is celebrated along with the Urs of Ahmad Shah Wali. So Gesu Daraz and his death anniversary is celebrated both by Hindus and Muslims jointly. तो डेथ एनिवर्सरी को सूफिज्म में क्या बोलते हैं? उर्स. पढ़ा है? पढ़ा था. Now, why is death anniversary celebrated? The idea is Wahadatul Wujud. What is this? Unity of being. So it is the same idea of non-dualism that you find in Vedanta philosophy, that man and God are one and the same, and the relationship between man and God is like that of boyfriend and girlfriend, lover and beloved. So whenever a child is born, कैसे पैदा होता है? हंसते हुए, रोते हुए? रोते हुए. क्यों रो रहा है? क्योंकि उसकी गर्लफ्रेंड से उसको जबरदस्ती अलग कर दिया गया है. That is why the idea is that after death you can have unity of being, wahajatul wajud. So these separated lovers are going to be reunited, an occasion for celebration, celebrated as urs. ठीक है? वजूद मतलब being. ठीक है? उसका कोई वजूद नहीं है तो इसका मतलब उसकी कोई हैसियत नहीं है. He does not have any standing. Standing is being. ठीक है? Now Ahmad Shah Wali, apart from his interest in Sufism, also contributed to the political growth of the Bahmani Sultanate. कैसे? He conquered Warangal, defeated the Kakatiyas, and shifted his capital from Gulbarga to Bidar. So Bidar was the new capital of this one, Ahmad Shah Wali. Another important personality associated with the early phase is Mahmud Gawan. Who was he? He was the prime minister. ठीक है? That is the Wakil o Sultanate of the young king Muhammad Shah III. Now he carried out the political reorganization of the Bahmani Sultanate. क्या किया? He divided the entire empire into tarafs, also known as atrafs. कितने atrafs? 8 atrafs. So these were provinces. He also strengthened the military. How? By introducing a large number of Marathas, incorporating a large number of Marathas into the Bahmani military. Right? And how did he gain favor of the Marathas? By making them land grants and giving them important titles. So military feudalism was supported by him. So this also became the point from where the Maratha military started growing. Military tradition started to grow. Now he also introduced the system of survey and measurement for land revenue. He patronized the arts and literatures on a large scale, and he constructed a famous madrasa at Bihar. So which style? The Registan style. What is the Registan? It is a collection of 3 famous madrasas built by Amir Timur and his successors at which place? कैपिटल क्या था अभी बताया था उसका? आमिर तिमूर कहाँ से आया था? Samarkand. So if you look at the Registan architecture of Samarkand and the madrasa of Mahmud Gawan, you will find a number of similarities between the two of them. मतलब मत जाइए, this is a style of architecture. ठीक है, ओपन कोर्टयार्ड्स होंगे, 3 साइड्स पे वॉल्स होंगे, लार्ज आर्किंग गेटवेज होंगे, देन ब्लू टाइल्स आर गोइंग टू बी यूज्ड फॉर ब्यूटिफिकेशन. द एंटायर स्ट्रक्चर इज गोइंग टू बी सरमाउंटेड बाय अ सीरीज ऑफ डोम्स. इट इज नॉट गोइंग टू बी अ सिंगल लेवल्ड स्ट्रक्चर, बल्कि मल्टीपल स्टोरीड स्ट्रक्चर होगा. So these are the features of this Registan style. अलायंस नहीं समझ में आता? क्या नहीं समझ में आता? क्यों था? हाँ, तो because the both of them wanted some territory in Bahmani Sultanate. Why were Vijayanagar and Bahmani kingdom fighting? टेरिटरी चाहिए था. क्या क्या टेरिटरी चाहिए था? रायचूर दोआब, कृष्णा गोदावरी डेल्टा एंड the western coast, Konkan coast. Why? Because it had some important ports such as Goa, Dabhol, etc. Right? So for economic reasons they were fighting against each other. Because Warangal was also a part of that political structure, political atmosphere, it also had its own vested interests, therefore it formed an alliance. Okay. Now during his tenure as Vakil, the factional struggle between the Deccanese and the Afakis, you remember this? This reached its highest level, and Mahmud Gawan himself was executed by the Sultan when some conspirators conspired against him. Okay. After this, what happened? The empire started to crumble and it broke apart into 5 parts, the successor states. One Russian traveler came to both the Bahmani Sultanate and the Vijayanagar Empire during this period. His name was Afanasy Nikitin. कहाँ से आया था? रशिया से आया था. What does he called Mahmud Gawan? Tujjar. Tujjar means merchant. So Mahmud Gawan had the simple title of Malike Tujjar. That means the leader of the merchants. क्या बताया है इसने इंडिया के बारे में? According to him, the land was very populous and the common people were poor. ठीक है. However, the nobles lived in great luxury. One very peculiar thing he noted, क्या? That the kings, the nobles, the rich men used to ride not horses but men. So men used to become horses and carry the kings around. What he was actually talking about was the palki system, the palanquin system. Okay? Probably these things were lost in translation. Now, according to him, everyone in India goes around naked. Where had he come from? Russia से आया था. So Russia is a very cold country. You have to be remained covered from head to toe. India में, especially South India में, the sun is very very hot, right? So most of the men used to go around bare chested. तो इसने क्या बोल दिया? They don't wear clothes at all. ठीक है? So अच्छा, he also noted that people in India did not wear shoes. They walked around barefoot, were strong, and usually walked very fast in a very purposeful way. So this is the kind of stuff that he noted when he came to India. Then second phase of the Bahmani kingdom, the successor states. 5 successor states. कौन से? अहमदनगर, बीदर, बीजापुर, बेरार, गोलकोंडा, बीजापुर एंड गोलकोंडा. ठीक है. अच्छा, अहमदनगर in which part of the Sultanate? So if this was the Bahmani Sultanate, so this part was Ahmednagar. This part was Berar. This part was Bidar. ये वाला पार्ट क्या है? बीजापुर. And this part is Golconda. ठीक है. Now Ahmednagar was ruled by the Nizam Shahi dynasty. Right. In 1601, it was forced to accept Mughal suzerainty by Akbar, and it was finally annexed by Shah Jahan in 1636. Who had actually performed the conquest? Aurangzeb, who was governor of Deccan. Okay. Bidar ruled by the Barid Shahi dynasty, and it had been absorbed by the Ahmednagar Sultanate. Berar, it was also ruled by the Imad Shahi dynasty, and it was also absorbed by the Ahmednagar Sultanate. So in 1601, this entire region came under Mughal overlordship. 1636, it was annexed. ठीक है? अच्छा. Bijapur ruled by Adil Shahi dynasty. Golconda ruled by the Kutub Shahi dynasty. Now in 1636, both of these were forced to accept Mughal overlordship, and then finally Aurangzeb annexed them in 1686-1687. ठीक है? So if a question is going to be asked, it is only going to be about the relationship between the Mughals and the different sultanates. हाँ जी. हाँ, कौन सी टेरिटरी कहाँ पे थी? अच्छा, the region of Maharashtra primarily, this was Ahmednagar. Maharashtra Vidarbha region, this was Berar. Then this region in the interior, again Maharashtra and parts of Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, they were Bidar. Then this portion, this was Bijapur, and this portion was Golconda. Golconda, this one. ठीक है? Now, a couple of important personalities. First, Ibrahim Adil Shah. Why is he significant? Bidar कहाँ था? Karnataka, yes. Ibrahim Adil Shah, he built the Gol Gumbaz at Bijapur. What is this? Largest dome in all of Asia. He was also known as Jagat Guru. Why? For his love of learning and music. He was a very peculiar figure in the history of Indo-Islamic rulers. किसको वर्शिप करते थे? सरस्वती. ठीक है. And very famously he had built a Saraswati temple inside the palace at Bijapur. Acha. He was a gifted musician also. What did he used to play? Tanpura. Okay. And he also was a well-versed poet. तो तीन चीजों के लिए, तीन लोगों के लिए ये पोट्री लिखते थे. One for Chanda Bibi, one for Atish Khan, and one for Moti Khan. Chanda Bibi, also known as Chanda Sultan Khan, wife, queen. Atish Khan Khan, not beta. It was his elephant. ठीक है, तो अपने हाथी के लिए पोएट्री लिखते थे. And Moti Khan was the name of his तानपुरा. ठीक है, तो तानपुरे और हाथी के लिए भी पोएट्री लिखते हैं. तानपुरा, it is a stringed instrument, musical instrument. All right. Now he was loved by his people, and the people also he also loved the people equally. Probably the most remarkable figure of this entire period is Malik Ambar. कौन है ये? Original name Chapu. Who was he? African slave from Ethiopia. Color of his skin? Black. इंडिया में आया तो क्या बना? गोरा नहीं बना. ये मत बोलो कि गोरा हो गया. What did he become? He became the de facto ruler of Ahmednagar. ठीक है? कैसे? See, he was educated and trained in Baghdad first of all. He was then converted to Islam and renamed Malik Ambar. Ambar means बहुत बड़ा नहीं, learned. ठीक है? So because he was very intelligent and he took to learning very easily, therefore he was named Malik Ambar. Then he was sold into the service of the Malik Dabir. Malik Dabir was the name of a post. You remember दीवाने इंशा? जो दीवाने इंशा का इंचार्ज होता था ना, that was known as Malik Dabir. So he was the royal scribe of the Ahmednagar Sultanate. Now under him he gained a lot of military and administrative influence. After the Malik Dabir died, what happened to him? He was freed, and this was the time when the Mughals were starting to encroach into Ahmednagar, into the Deccan. So this gave him a new opportunity. Kya? To make a name for himself as a military man. Therefore, he raised a strong force, joined hands with the Marathas, and successfully resisted the Mughals. ठीक है? He later became the prime minister of Ahmednagar, had his daughter married to the ruler of Ahmednagar, and became the regent and de facto ruler of Ahmednagar. Now, during his lifetime, till he remained in power, the Mughals were not able to make any large, you can say, headways into Ahmednagar. He also established a new capital. क्या नाम रखा है इस कैपिटल का? खिड़की. Where is it located? Maharashtra. Later renamed as Aurangabad. Alright. Yeah. औरंगाबाद named after औरंगजेब. ठीक है, अपने नाम के ऊपर नाम रख दिया. Now, finally we come to the Bahmani Vijayanagar struggle. So both these kingdoms had come into existence very close to each other, 1336, 1347, and from the very beginning they had a tense relationship. They were fighting and remained fighting till they existed for three things. अभी अभी बताया था, बताओ क्या क्या? रायचूर दोआब, the Krishna Godavari Delta, and the Konkan coast. Why Raichur Doab? It was the Raichur Doab है कहाँ पे पहले तो ये बताओ? Drained by which two rivers? The Tungabhadra and the Krishna river. ठीक है? Krishna Godavari Delta, again it is significant for the same reason as the Raichur Doab. Very fertile. And Konkan coast because of western trade. Right? So 200 साल तक लड़ते रहे, and the fortunes kept shifting continuously until finally in 1565 the combined armies of four successor states, Bijapur, Bidar, Ahmednagar, Bijapur, Golconda and Bidar. Which one is missing? Berar. So Berar had already been captured by Ahmednagar. Okay. So they defeated the Vijayanagar Empire being led by Ram Raya. Who was Ram Raya? Prime Minister and de facto ruler, in the decisive battle of Talikota, Banihatti or Rakshas Tagri. Which dynasty was ruling over Vijayanagar at this point of time? Aravidu dynasty. Right, and the Vijayanagar Empire collapsed after this. However, some of its Amar Nayakas continued to rule independently. Okay? So that is the Vijayanagar Bahmani Empire. Now one topic is remaining. क्या बचा है? Mughals बचा है. That we are going to do on Sunday. ठीक है? So Sunday we have class 10 से 12. I don't think it is going to take 2 hours. एक आध घंटे में हो जाना चाहिए. Alright. Any doubts regarding the topics that we have covered today? अच्छा, रेगिस्तान वाला. So that is a style of architecture. So take out your phones and take a look at the madrasa of Mahmud Gawan, and at the same time take a look at the Registan architecture of Samarkand. So आपको क्या दिखेगा? That these buildings are often constructed in the form of an open courtyard. In this open courtyard, there is going to be a large garden with a fountain feature, something like that. So it is going to be like a city square. People can congregate over here. And it was built by Amir Timur as part of his imperial complex. जैसे कि कुतुब कॉम्प्लेक्स दिल्ली में बना ना, वैसे ही समरकंद में उसने इंपीरियल कॉम्प्लेक्स बनाया था. On these three sides are three madrasas built in different periods in the Uzbeki history. Alright. अच्छा, यहाँ पे और क्या important features हैं? If you were to take a look at the madrasas from this position, सामने से देखोगे, तो you are going to find that they look somewhat like this. They are surmounted by a series of domes and are multi-level structures with apartments and a corridor which is also covered in arches. Right, तो इस तरह के आपको यहाँ पे बिल्डिंग्स दिखेंगे. What kind of tiles can you see? किस कलर के दिख रहे हैं? To decorate them, primarily blue tiles. Yes, they had learned this from China. Acha. Then the tiles are also often going to contain calligraphy as a decorative instrument. Calligraphy of what? Verses from the Quran. So open courtyard, imperial complex, and city square, along with series of domes and arches. These are the important features of this style of architecture. Okay? Alright, welcome back everyone. Today is going to be our last lecture in our medieval history series, and today we need to discuss about the Mughals or the Timurids. They were called the Mughals because they had descended from Genghis Khan. So Mongols say Mughals, and they like to call themselves the Timurids. Why? Because they claim to be descended from the house of Amir Timur. Alright. Now, number of literary sources are available to learn about the different phases of Mughal history. For example, Babur's autobiography, that is Fuzuki Babri, written in which language? His mother tongue, Chagatai Turk. Then a biography of Mayu, written by his sister in Farsi, that is Mayunama, written by Gulbadan Begum. Then there was a brief interlude of the Suri dynasty, the Tarikh-e-Sher Shahi, that is the Chronicles of Sher Shah Suri's reign, written in Persian by Abbas Khan Sarwani. The Akbarnama, this is the official history of Akbar's reign, written by his poet Abul Fazl. Alright, now this work can be divided into three parts. We'll learn the details later on. The Muntakhab al Tawarikh. Now, this was a work of history regarding Akbar's reign, which was written in secret. It is extremely critical of Akbar's tolerant religious policy. This was written by an Orthodox Muslim scholar, Badayuni. Tabaqat-e Akbari. Now, this also covers Akbar's reign, written by Nizamuddin Ahmad. The Tuzuke Jahangiri. This is another biography written by Jahangir. Then Shah Jahan's reign is covered by two official chronicles, the Padshahnama and Shah Jahanama. Now, the literary work, the literary content in both these works is the same. Padshahnama was written by Abdullah Hamid Lahori. The Shah Jahanama consists of book illustrations, that is, drawings in that same work, and these drawings were done by Inayat Khan. Then couple of French travelers, Jean-Baptiste Tavernier and Francois Bernier. Tavernier was a French jeweler who came to India 5 times during Shah Jahan's reign, and he has left a rich description of the Mughal crown jewels, including the peacock throne. He even visited Golconda and has given a vivid description of the diamond and jewel mines found over there. Bernier was a doctor. He was a French physician who initially was in the service of Dara Shikoh, and after Dara Shikoh's defeat to Aurangzeb, joined the service of Aurangzeb. Now, he has given a first-hand account of the downfall of Dara Shikoh through the battles of Dharmat and Samugad, 1658 and 1659, respectively. Right. He has also given some other details about the Mughal Karkhana system. What were Karkhanas? These were the state-owned workshops or state-owned factories. Over here, he has talked about the manufacturing of Indian textiles and the great skill which Indian artisans could bring to bear. He has talked about how the Ustad Shagird tradition was used to impart skills from generation to generation. So, what is the Ustad Shagird tradition? Master and apprentice tradition. All right. So in each of these karkhanas, there would be a master craftsman, and he would take on a number of new apprentices and start giving them training. So they would get on the job training, they would increase their skill levels, and then they would be given the opportunity of opening their own karkhanas. All right. He has also talked about the desperate condition of Indian peasants. He said that the rich are very, very rich and the poor are extremely poor. And for this, he has primarily blamed the extreme rate of taxation, the high rates of taxation. Okay? So these are the important sources. Now, the important rulers. Founder of the Mughal dynasty, Babur. कहाँ से आया था? Fargana Valley, Samarkand se. All right. Now he has left his own autobiography, that is the Baburnama, also known as the Tuzuke Babri. It is written in the form of a journal, a diary which he maintained throughout his life. However, only 18 years of this work have survived and the rest have been lost. ठीक है बाकी सारे खो गए हैं. The work is written in the Chagatai Turkish language. It was translated into Persian during the reign of Akbar, translated by two scholars, Painda Khan and Abdul Rahim Khane Khanan. Now, the language which he has used is simple and incisive, and Babar has been very, very honest about not only his own shortcomings but also about the shortcomings of his father. Apart from being a rich source of history about this period of the past, it is a literary masterpiece unto its own. Right? So, if you have to compile the greatest works of literature, 50 greatest works of literature, तो उसमें कालिदास का नाम आएगा, मिल्टन, शेक्सपियर, चौसर वगैरह का नाम आएगा. But then बाबर का भी नाम उसमें आएगा. All right. Now, the work may broadly be divided into three parts. The first part deals with the early part of his life, his formative years and his youth. It also tells us that he was born in 1483 in Fargana and he inherited his kingdom at the age of 12 after the death of his father. He also tells us how he struggled for power against his uncle's nephews and other rivals, and because of his mistakes, how he was driven out of this place. Right? He tells us about the battles of Samarkand and Bukhara, which he lost and was finally forced to migrate towards the south. कहाँ पे गया ये? Kabul, and then he conquered Kandahar 1504 and 1522. He informs us that he was invited to India by the disgruntled nobles of Ibrahim Lodi, such as Daulat Khan Lodi, Adil Khan Lodi, and Dilawar Khan Lodi. One controversial name he mentions, which has been disputed by historians later, is the name of Rana Sanga also. According to Babar, Rana Sanga had also invited him to India, but historians say that this name was added after the Battle of Khanwa. All right, so we cannot say that it is actually true or not. But since Babar has said it, so I'm telling you. All right. Now, the second part of this work talks about the rulers of India. Babar mentions five Indian rulers by name and his conflict with them. कौन कौन है? Ibrahim Lodi, the ruler of Delhi; Bahadur Shah, the ruler of Gujarat; Nusrat Shah, the ruler of Bengal; Rana Sanga, the ruler of Mewar; and Krishna Dev Raya, the ruler of Vijayanagar. For Krishna Dev Raya, he reserves the most praise. He calls him the best administrator and the best general among all the Indian kings. Now, he also tells us how he used the Rumi and Tulguma systems in order to defeat Ibrahim Lodi. What is Rumi and Tulguma? Rumi was an artillery device, and Tulguma was a military strategy. So what kind of an artillery device was Rumi? Babur was the first king in North India to use artillery in warfare, gunpowder and warfare. So the idea was that bullock carts would be placed in front of the artillery in order to present almost like a battlefield fortification for the artillery units. So in at the back of these bullock carts would be the artillery pieces. The enemy would be charging on horseback onto this front in order to destroy or capture these artillery pieces, and very few gaps are going to be left. Now this is known as Rumi. What is Tulguma? In this system, the entire army was divided into three components or three flanks: the left, right, and center. And then there would be a reserve flank composed of light cavalry. All right. Ibrahim Lodi's army would be on the other side, and it would compose of a single large center. All right. So in the battle, what Ibrahim Lodi did was that Babur had deliberately kept the right flank of his army very, very weak. All right, in order to invite an attack over here. But because of the mobile nature of the light cavalry, he was able to maneuver his troops behind Ibrahim Lodi's army, and thus he was able to surround him from all sides and decimate his army. This is known as the Tulguma system of war. समझ में आया? Now, what does Babur talk about in the third part? Here he has talked about India and Indians. India's climate, its vegetation, flora and fauna, its people, their customs, their religious belief, their fashion, etc. Now he appears to be a better writer in this part. What were the things that he liked about India? So he is very pleased with India's animals, especially the elephant, which he saw for the first time in India. He was also very fond of mangoes, so mango बहुत अच्छा लगा इंडिया में आया. He was also surprised to see the immense wealth of India. He has used terms such as lakh, crore, and Arab to describe the wealth of India. In Afghanistan, Central Asia, हजारों में आकर के बात खत्म हो जाती है। यहाँ पे करोड़ों अरबों में बात होती है। अच्छा, however, he did not like India's hot and humid climate. कहाँ से आया था? Fargana से, extremely cold place. Alright, so India's climate did not agree with him. According to him, Indians also lacked a sense of fashion and they roamed around naked. Right, so they did not roam around naked. Probably the men went bare chested in the hot climate of India. He was unaccustomed to this and there was a cultural shock. Right, so he has said that they roamed around naked. Acha, he was also disappointed by the way in which the city planners of India were laying out their cities. He has said that he misses the well-planned gardens that he found in Persia and Central Asia. So India में laying gardens ये practice नहीं था, and this was introduced by Babar himself. Which kind of gardens? Charbagh style of gardens. Right. Now, he also says that he misses his favorite flowers such as the jasmine and rose. And one thing which he was extremely displeased by was the poor quality of wines in India. So, India में wines कैसी थी? कड़वी होती थी. He was accustomed to sweet wine. तो इसीलिए इंडियन फिल्म्स में जब हीरो पीता है शराब देसी वाली तो मुंह बेकार सा बन जाता है, लेकिन व्हेन अमरीश पुरी ड्रिंक्स ब्लैक डॉग ही इज वेरी हैप्पी, राइट? तो इम्पोर्टेड वाला अच्छा होता है। अच्छा, while in India, he had to face some fierce battles, such as the Battle of Panipat against Ibrahim Lodi. He emerged victorious. Battle of Khanwa against Rana Sanga. Again, he emerged victorious. Battle of Chanderi against Medni Rai. He won this one also. And the Battle of Ghaggar against the Afghans, by which the Afghans in the eastern part of Hindustan were defeated. All right. So, four important battles, all four he won and founded the Mughal Empire. Clear hai? अच्छा. Next we have Humayun. Most important source to learn about him, the Humayun Nama. Author is Gulbadan Begum, his sister. Written during the reign of Akbar. Important events of his reign. So he had to contend with the Afghans who were trying to research. All right, the Afghan nobles of Ibrahim Lodi or the Lodis, their power base was towards the east and they were trying to challenge the Mughal authority in the west, in Agra and Delhi. All right. So in 1532, he defeated the Afghans near Allahabad. Acha, there was another major power which was emerging, that was Gujarat with its ruler Bahadur Shah. Bahadur Shah was defeated by him in 1534 and after this he established a new city in Delhi, that is Deenpana. Right. Now in 1539 he was defeated by Sher Shah Suri at the Battle of Chausa. 1540 once again defeated by Sher Shah Suri at the Battle of Bilgram. After this what did he do? He fled India, right? First went to Rajasthan, then to Sindh, and then to Persia, right? So he fled towards Rajasthan. He fled towards Rajasthan and married a Persian lady, Hamida Banu Begum, right? And she gave birth to Akbar at which place? Amarkot in Sindh. After this, Humayun fled to Persia, where he was given refuge by the Persian Shah, Shah Tamas the First. All right. And in 1555, he returned with Persian help and reconquered the empire. All right. But this time around, 10 years later, he could not rule for very long. His reign lasted in the second stint only for 10 months before he died accidentally. How? Fell off the stairs of the library. So one very famous historian has said that throughout that Humayun tumbled through his life and then tumbled out of it to show how Humayun was a weak ruler. But actually, he was not a very weak ruler. Very rare instances are there where a ruler first loses his empire, then regains it. So at least Humayun was able to do that. Now, Sher Shah Suri, born as Farid Khan. What was his lineage, Turk or Afghan? Afghan. Now, he was given the title Sher Shah by Bahar Khan Nuhani, for whom he was a retainer. Right, so he was in the service of an Afghan nobleman, Bahar Khan Nuhani. Now, for a short period of time, he also fought for the Mughals and was given the Jagir of Sasaram. So he was the Mughal Mansabdar at Sasaram. His chronicles have been recorded in the Tarikh-e-Sher Shahi, author Abbas Khan Sarwani, language Persian. Now, Sher Shah Suri is very, very famous for his administrative reforms. Two things that we are going to discuss. One is the Zapti system of land revenue administration that he introduced, and second is his building of roads and sarais. All right. Now, an elaborate system of land revenue administration known as Zapti was introduced by him. This was a system which involved survey and measurement of land. Before this, what does it mean? That revenue collection or revenue estimation was based upon guesswork. All right. He introduced the system of survey and measurement. The rate of revenue was fixed at 50% of the estimated produce. All right. So in the coming year, how much ever is being expected to produce, 50% of that belongs to the state. All right. The system accounted for soil fertility as well, and the entire land was categorized into three categories based on soil fertility: good, bad, and good, average, and bad. Now, the estimated production was adjusted as per the quality of the land. So, the idea is that suppose there is 1 bigha of land which is being cultivated, and according to the rate list, 1 bigha of land should, let us say, yield 100 kgs of land if it is average land. All right. So this was the yield which was applied to, or this was the estimate which was applied to all the land. But then, on the basis of soil quality, the estimate was adjusted. If it is good quality land, the estimate would be increased 110 kgs. If it is bad quality land, it would be decreased. That is 90 kgs. All right. And half of this amount would be expected as land revenue. Okay. Acha. Now, the Zapti system also provided for patta and kabuliyat. What is patta? Title deed, that is the deed of ownership given to the peasant, individual peasant, by the state, and kabuliyat is the memorandum of agreement. All right, that is the state and peasant through a negotiated settlement are going to determine the amount of area which is being cultivated, the quality of soil in that region, and the estimated production, and on the basis of that the revenue demand. Only after this agreement has been reached is the settlement final. Okay, so these documents were in the interest of the peasant, which settlement under the British also had the option or the provision for patta and kabuliyat. Very famous. नहीं क्यों से नाम नहीं नहीं वॉरेन हेस्टिंग ने नहीं किया आर से नाम था the Rayatwari system, right? So Rayatwari system, that is the agreement between the state and the peasant. All right. Warren Hastings had introduced the Ijaradari system, but British called it by the name quinquennial system. In Bengal, under Warren Hastings, only Bengal was under the British. Right. So, what is Ijaradari? This is a system of revenue farming. Revenue collection rights were auctioned off to the highest bidder. Quin is a Latin word which means 5. Okay? So, quinquennial system is a 5-year revenue settlement for which the bidding was done. It failed, so it was replaced 5 years later by the annual bidding system. All right. Acha, which Mughal emperor had very infamously introduced the Ijaradari system? Second wala nahi. No. The person who had gotten so involved in Deccani affairs that he had started neglecting all other affairs. Aurangzeb. Okay, so Aurangzeb had, yeah, Aurangzeb had introduced it. Acha. Now, what was the medium in which tax was collected, cash or kind? both. ठीक है, both cash as well as kind form. Yes. नहीं, Aurangzeb had introduced it because he was not being able to find any solution to the Jagirdari crisis. Therefore, he had introduced this Ijaradari system. Alright, it was expanded later under the successors of Aurangzeb. Now, cash or kind form में the tax could have been collected. How to convert the demand from kind form to cash form? For that, you need a conversion list, a price list. Now, that price list was known as Ray. Right. Now, a single price list was applied to the entire empire, irrespective of which region we are talking about. ठीक है, so ray was the price list for conversion of demand in the form of kind to cash demand. ठीक है, समझ में आया ये? अच्छा, now in the villages the state used intermediaries for collection by giving them a commission, usually of 10% of the collected revenue. Two additional taxes were also collected. One was zaribana. Zari is the Persian word for chain. All right. So chain was used for measurement of land. So this was like a service tax that was for measuring the land. So it was a tax on measurement of the land collected in kind at 2.5% of the total production. And this was used as an emergency tax. So it was stored at the local haveli so that it could be used to provide relief in times of famine. All right. Local haveli or local forts. ठीक है, अच्छा, then there was another tax, muhasilana. This was a tax on tax collection, so it was kind of a cess. हासिल है यहाँ पे, so that means for collection. This was a cess or a tax on the collection of tax. It was collected in kind at 5% of the produce. Alright. Now Sher Shah Suri was also worried or also concerned about the welfare of the peasants and the common people. Therefore, he also introduced the practice of giving Kondhar loans to the peasants in the times of crop failure. Which king in the Delhi Sultanate had introduced these kinds? Muhammad bin Tughlaq. Alright. Acha. Now, Sher Shah Suri was also a great builder and he constructed four important trunk roads. कहाँ से कहाँ? Sonargaon to Atak. Where is Sonargaon? Bengal, and Atak is Punjab, Pakistan. Agra to Chittorgarh via Jodhpur. So from Agra to Chittorgarh you have to go, but you will have to go via Jodhpur. Alright. So very circuitous route. Third from Multan to Atak, and fourth from Agra to Burhanpur. Burhanpur, where is it? MP. Alright. Now along each road, trees were planted on both the sides for providing shade. Acha. At a distance of 2 kos, that is roughly 18 kilometers, there used to be a sarai. What is a sarai? Place to stay, caravan sarai or an inn. All right. And approximately 1700 such sarais were built during Sher Shah Suri's reign. Now, these sarais served multiple purposes. First of all, they served the purpose of a dark outpost, a postal outpost. So, a dark jockey. They also had a well provisioned stable and they also served as an intelligence office where a spy used to be placed in order to keep an eye on the travelers. These spies were known as Barids. Alright. Abbas Khan Sarwani tells us that it took only 24 hours to relay a message from Sonargaon up to Agra, that is the capital. All right. So this is a difference of about 1500 kilometers, and within 24 hours, it would be relayed through this system of sarais and dak chowk. Now, each sarai had two ships, one Brahmin and one Muslim. Why was this? In order to, because Sher Shah Suri was at least familiar with the dietary restrictions of upper caste Hindus. They would not accept food prepared by non-Brahmins. Right. Now, each sarai also had facilities for feeding and watering horses. Each sarai also had a water well And because of this, the locals living in the surrounding areas, they started coming to the sarais. Now these sarais later developed as marketplaces. Traders also used to congregate over here, and as the size of these markets grew, the new towns and cities started to emerge. Examples: लाडो सराय, कालू सराय, बेगूसराय, मुगल सराय, etc. ठीक है? अच्छा. Now, so this was Sher Shah Suri. After Sher Shah Suri, what happened? Islam Shah Suri and then Ahmad Shah Suri, but they were all replaced by Humayun. Acha. Then next important ruler of the Mughal dynasty is Akbar. Sources for learning about Akbar: the Akbarnama written by Abul Fazl. It can be divided into three volumes or three books. The first volume talks about Akbar's ancestors, right from Amir Timur up to Humayun. The second part talks about the important events of Akbar's reign. Alright. And the third part, which is the most important and most unique, that is the Aine Akbari. Alright. It contains information about Akbar's administration, his household, his army, and his revenue. So some political and personal information. Then it also talks about the geography of the empire, that is Hindustan. It also talks about Indian traditions and culture. And the most unique piece of information that you get from here is statistical details about crop yields, prices, wages, revenue, etc. It also talks about things such as what the people used to consume, what was the diet like, and even recipes of some of the popular cuisine. All right. It also gives a philosophical insight into Akbar. It talks about Akbar's theory of kingship and his doctrine of सुलह-ए-कुल. ठीक है? So Aine Akbari is a part of the Akbarnama. Alright. Another work, the Muntakhab al-Tawarikh, written by Badayuni, who wrote it in secret. This work is critical of Akbar primarily due to his religious policy, which was very, very tolerant. Then the Tabaqat-e-Akbari, another Persian chronicle of Akbar's reign, written by Nizamuddin Ahmad. An English traveler, Ralph Fitch, visited the Mughal Empire during the reign of Akbar. What has he described? The city life in various cities such as Surat, Agra, Delhi, etc. He has said that in India, the amount of religious freedom that is enjoyed is greater than any European or Islamic empire. He had traveled across Europe, across the Ottoman Empire, and then come to India. Okay? So, this is another important piece of information given by him. Then, two Portuguese Jesuit priests, Montserrat and Aquaviva, were also present at Akbar's court. What is the information that they have given? They also participated in the famous Ibadat Khana discussions. All right. So they have given insights into Akbar's religious policy and the struggle of the early Portuguese Empire in India with the natives and with the other European powers. All right. Now, some important events of Akbar's reign: coronated in 1556. At which place? Kalanur. Where is this? Punjab. Right. 1556 also witnessed an important battle, that is Second Battle of Panipat, between Mughal forces and Hemu. Who was Hemu? He was a Hindu ruler who had established his kingdom to the north of Delhi. He used to be a general of the Lodhis. Alright, and in this battle, Timu was defeated and Akbar's reign was secured. However, Akbar was ruler in name only. He was still a minor. He had acceded to the throne at the age of 13 years and 4 months. Real power was in the hands of his regent and Wakilus Sultanate, the prime minister. That is Bairam Khan. So in 1560, Bairam Khan was displaced. So Akbar came to Delhi from Agra and removed Bairam Khan from his position as regent and Wakilus Sultanate. What happened to Bairam Khan after this? First, he was arrested, then released. Then he was exiled, but then this order was also rescinded. Then Bairam Khan took, you can say, retirement on his own, and he was going to perform Hajj. While on the way, he was assassinated. Who assassinated him? We don't know. ठीक है, तो most historians believe that it was Akbar, but we don't know for sure. But after this, Akbar emerged as the real ruler of the empire. One important battle, Battle of Chittorgarh in 1568 against Mewar. So Mewar was defeated, and this was a battle which Akbar had declared as a jihad. 1572, Akbar conquered Gujarat, and in order to commemorate this victory, he constructed the Buland Darwaza and Fatehpur Sikri imperial complex. 1574-75, he conquered Mewar. In 1576, what happened? Another battle, Battle of Haldi Ghati between Mewar and the Mughal Empire. Mewar was being led by Maharana Pratap, and the Mughal forces were led by not Akbar. So Akbar was not present personally. So his two generals, Abul Fazl and Man Singh, were leading the forces. What happened? Mughal forces emerged victorious. Was the Maharana captured? No, he escaped and continued to harass the Mughals till his death in 1596. Now, in 1585, Akbar also conquered Kabul. In 1586, he conquered Kashmir as well. And in 1601, with the Battle of Asirgarh, he annexed Khandesh and established his supremacy over Ahmednagar. Okay? Now, during Akbar's long reign of almost half a century, he expanded his empire continuously and transformed it from a North Indian principality into a pan Indian empire, stretching from Afghanistan to Deccan and from Bengal to Sindh. Another important feature of his rule was his religious policy. So, what was the attitude of Akbar towards the Rajputs? That of cooperation and compromise. Why was this? He realized that if he wanted to build a large empire, he could not afford enmity with the Rajputs. Therefore, he wanted to join hands with them. And secondly, he wanted to use their fighting expertise to build an empire. All right. Therefore, Akbar entered several matrimonial alliances with the Rajputs. He offered them very high ranks in the Mughal officialdom, so high Mansab ranks were given. The Rajput Mansabdars were also given the exclusive advantage of having Watan Jagirs. ये वतन जागीर्स क्या हैं आगे जा करके समझ में आएगा. They were also put in positions of great responsibility, and they often led the most crucial campaigns of the Mughals against other powers. What was the outcome of this? It was highly successful. The Rajputs remained allied except for one state, that was Mewar. And Akbar was able to use the Rajputs to expand his empire at an unprecedented pace. The religious policy. What kind of a religious policy did he follow? Tolerant, liberal, or conservative? Extremely tolerant and liberal. So his religious policy was characterized by pluralism, freedom of religion, separation of religion from politics, religious peace and tolerance, and the idea of universal brotherhood. What was the reason behind this? First of all, the personal outlook of Akbar. He was very liberal in his own personal outlook. And secondly, the political compulsions of his empire also forced him to have this kind of an attitude. He realized that majority of the subject population is non-Muslim. Therefore, if his policy towards them is oppressive, they are not going to be on his side. So, resistance, revolt are also going to be frequent. So therefore, he followed a tolerant religious policy. Important religious policy initiatives. 1562, he abolished the practice of forcibly converting prisoners of war. Before this, whoever was captured in war was given two options: either convert or die. This was abolished. Secondly, in 1563, he abolished the pilgrimage tax. What was this? Pilgrimage tax. So if Hindus had to perform pilgrimage, go to any religious site, they had to pay a tax. 1564, he abolished jizya. What is jizya? Poll tax on non-Muslims. 1575 to 1582, he held a series of religious discussions with a number of religious scholars belonging to different religions. Where? At Fatehpur Sikri. specifically in the Ibadat Khana. What is the Ibadat Khana? It is a place of worship. The word Ibadat means worship and Khana is a room, right? But Ibadat Khana was used exclusively for these religious discussions. Why were these discussions being held? Because firstly of Akbar's curiosity, and also because he wanted to use these discussions as a tool or as an excuse to suppress the religious element in political affairs. Alright, so religious interference in political affairs. For this, he invited religious scholars from various religions. Examples: Aquaviva and Montserrat. Who were they? Jesuit priests. Alright, and they represented the Christians. Hira Vijay Suri, he was a Jain scholar and later also became a close personal friend of Akbar. Akbar even conferred the title of Jagat Guru upon him. Then Purushottam and Devi, these were Hindu scholars. Sheikh Abdullavi and Abdullah Sultanpuri, these were Orthodox Islamic scholars. The brothers Abul Fazl and Faizi, these were liberal Islamic scholars. And Maharaji Rana, he was a Parsi scholar. So, what was the conclusion of these discussions? Akbar concluded that none of them were able to satisfy his intellectual curiosity, and on the basis of that, what did he conclude? That no single religion has a monopoly on the truth. That the basic truth on in all religions is the same. But further, he said that because nobody had able to satisfy his intellectual curiosity to answer his philosophical questions, therefore, he said that the interpretations of these various scholars are biased inherently. They are inherently flawed, and so they should not be allowed to offer such interpretations. So, who should be the final interpreter? The king himself, right? And this became the basis for his famous Mazharnama, the infallibility decree, according to which he declared himself to be the chief interpreter of the faith and the Khalifa of the age, the Caliph of the age. Okay? Now, using the Mazharnama, he was able to eliminate the influence of the ulemas from religious affairs. It also allowed him to cement his position not only as the secular leader but also as the empire's religious. So, was this an expression of Akbar's secularism or despotism? Both. Okay? Secularism, how? Because he, in one stroke, had eliminated the role of the clergy from political affairs. And despotism, how? Because he did not want to share power with anybody. Till now, the ulemas were quite influential and now they had been eliminated. Is this clear? No, not it is not a religion of his own. He has simply said that the religious scholars, they only give flawed interpretations. So they have an improper understanding of not only the law but also the secular concerns. Right. Therefore, only I should be able to interpret whatever is happening, whatever legal questions might arise. So I am the chief interpreter of Sharia law. Okay. Then what happened in 1580? Conservative Muslims around the empire, especially in the eastern part of the empire, they rebelled. All right. So, what did Akbar realize? That religion continues to dominate the psychology of the people of India, both Hindus as well as Muslims. And as a solution to this, what did he do? He tried to reduce the importance of Islam or religion itself. How? By introducing a new syncretic creed known as the Deen-e-Ilahi or Tawheed-e-Ilahi. Now, this was not a new religion. Okay? So, it was not a new religion introduced by him. Rather, it was simply his effort to diminish the role of religion by trying to combine the best aspects of all religions. It was also designed to promote the position of the emperor himself. All right? Kaise? Now, the people who accepted the Deen-e-Ilahi first of all had to recognize Akbar as their peer or guru. They had to promise complete devotion, including sacrificing their property, their life, their honor, and even their religion if the emperor demands them to do it. ठीक है? अच्छा. Secondly, the Deen Ilahi or acceptance, it did not grant any special privileges. It was not imposed forcibly on anyone. Right? In fact, only 15 of the top ranking Rajput Mansabdars ever accepted this. Now, the idea over here was that through a series of simple ceremonies, such as the granting of the Shasta by the emperor, the granting of robes by the emperor. The idea was that now the devotee, the follower, has entered the protection of the emperor and has vowed to serve only and only the emperor. No other higher power is there. What is the Shasta? This is the takbir, the phrase Allahu Akbar. What does it mean? Meaning क्या है इसका? God is great, but it has another meaning which Akbar emphasized more upon. What is that? God is Akbar. ठीक है? So he had tried to replace God himself. Now, why do most modern historians believe that it was not an organized religion or not a new religion that was introduced by him? Because it lacked the traditional characteristics of religion. First of all, there was no religious text, no religious scripture. There was no order of priests, no clergy. There was no sacred place of worship, no rituals and ceremonies. And finally, it was never imposed upon anybody. Okay? So, thus, it is not a new religion. Rather, you can call it a political tool to enhance the position of the emperor. Now, the very philosophy of Akbar's rule is enshrined within the doctrine of Sulayekul. What is the Sulayekul? It is the Mughal analog of Ashoka's Dhamma. Huh? Robes. So robes मतलब क्या होता है? Gown, an embroidered gown would be given as a gift to the people who accepted it, so that they could wear it and it would be a separate identity for them. ठीक है? That is it. हाँ. So what was the Ashoka's Dhamma, or what was its objective? To promote peaceful coexistence, religious toleration. The idea was that the emperor is the real power which is holding the entire empire together. Without him, the entire empire is going to crumble because of infighting among the various religious forces. All right. And Akbar said that because I have introduced Sula Kul, no religious discrimination is going to be there. People are going to have to live in peace and tolerate each other. ठीक है? So that is the idea of सुलह समझ में आया? हाँ, तो सुलह कुल इज द मुगल एनालॉग फॉर अशोका's धम्मा. तो जैसे अशोका ने धम्मा इंट्रोड्यूस किया था, अकबर हैड इंट्रोड्यूस दी सुलह कुल. Then we have to discuss the important aspects of Mughal administration. First of all, the Mughal notions about kingship. So, what was the position of the king? That of the supreme ruler. He was an absolute ruler. There was no check on his authority. All right. Akbar also introduced the element of semi divine origin of kingship. You remember Balban? The ideas that had been introduced by him, they were now reintroduced by Akbar. For example, Akbar introduced the idea of Far-e-Zidi or divine light. According to this concept, the emperor's heart is the repository of God's favor, and it shines with the divine light or parayasiti. So, if the heart is full of divine light, what kind of a shadow is it going to cast? A divine shadow. So, he took the title of Zille Ilahi or shadow of God. Okay? Akbar also introduced the concept of insane kamil, that is Maryada Purushottam, right? So that the emperor is a person of extraordinary capability and ordinary people cannot hope to match this. Okay? He also claimed to be Imam Adil. What is this? The leader of justice. So, again, the idea of impartial justice as an expression of his supernatural capabilities. This was there. Now, Akbar, in order to further enhance the position of the crown, introduced some important court rituals such as Sijda and Paibos. This you already know. The celebration of Nowruz. Why was this important? What is Nowruz, first of all? Persian New Year. So, in the Persian New Year, under the ancient kings, the kings used to be worshipped as gods. Correct. So, over here, this concept was also introduced. Tuladan and Jharokha Darshan, they were borrowed from Vaishnavism. What is Tuladan? On the king's birthday, on the day of his coronation, anniversary of his coronation, he would be placed on a weighing scale and weighed against precious metals, fruits, these kinds of things. All right. And then whatever his weight is, that would be distributed among the poor. All right. So this was borrowed from the Krishnite legends. Jharokha Darshan, that every morning Akbar would appear in his palace's window and give a glimpse of his visage to the people who have congregated like devotees. Like God, he is going to appear briefly, bless them, and then they'll be happy. Okay, so this was the idea. Was there any fixed rule of succession? नहीं था. Rule of primogeniture was not followed, and the issue of succession was decided through struggle. So, among the Mughal princes, there was a very famous saying, "Ya takht, ya tabut." So, either you will get the throne or you will get the coffin. Right? So, only one would emerge victorious, the others would be eliminated. Takht or takhta palat nahi. Takhta palat is a coup. So, takhta palat means you overthrow somebody. Tabut matlab hota hai coffin. What was the nature of the state? First of all, it was a war state. It had been established on the basis of military strength, and its integrity was maintained on the basis of its military superiority. Secondly, it was also a paper state. So, all the official work was done through meticulously maintained records, and for this, what was required? A well trained professional bureaucracy. Okay? Thus, it was a paper state. The system of portfolio administration was also another important feature of Mughal rule. So, different subjects of administration were divided into different departments. Important ones are mentioned in this. Diwane Wizarat, headed by a Wazir or Diwan. This was the revenue department. Diwane Arz, this was the military department headed by Amir Bakshi. Diwane Rasalat Muhatsib, headed by a Muhatsib, it was the Department of Foreign Affairs and also the censor of public morals. Diwane Kuza, headed by Qazi al Quzat, this was the judicial department. Diwane Insha, this was the department for maintaining royal correspondence and government papers, headed by a Mir Munshi. Diwane Saman, this was the department in charge of maintaining the royal household expenses as well as the Mughal Kharkhanas. It was headed by the Mir Us Saman. And the Sadr Us Sudr, this was the department for charitable endowments, headed by the Sadr e Jahan. ठीक है? So, हाँ, Arize Mumalik and Mir Bakshi are one and the same. Arize Mumalik under the Delhi Sultanate, Mir Bakshi under the Mughal. Provincial administration. Now, provincial administration will also have echoes of central administration. So in the same way, over here also different functions are going to be under the charge of different departments and different functionaries. The Mughal Empire was divided into a number of provinces known as subas. Provincial governor was Subedar or Sipasalar. He was in charge of maintaining law and order. But one other important feature of Mughal provincial government was separation of powers. So Mughals were concerned that no single official should become extremely powerful in the provinces and thus emerge as a challenge to royal authority. Therefore, checks and balances were maintained by appointing different officials for performing different functions. So while the Subedar or Sila Sapar, his important duty was to maintain law and order, there was also a provincial Diwan. He was in charge of finances. There was a Bakshi. He was in charge of maintaining the military, and also a Qazi. He would oversee the judicial administration at the provincial level. Okay? The Subas were divided into districts known as Sarkars. So over here, the head of the Sarkar would be the Faujdars, responsible for maintaining law and order. But once again, the system of checks and balances, separation of powers is visible with the Amal Guzars who were in charge of revenue collection. Amal Guzars would answer to the Diwan. The Faujdars would answer both to the Subedar as well as the Bakshi. Okay? Parganas, these were not administrative units, rather they were revenue units. One Pargana was supposed to yield an annual revenue of 1 crore dam. Dam was one of the Mughal currencies, we'll discuss later. Okay? 1 crore dam. Now, the Parganas were revenue units headed by a Shikdar who was responsible for the maintenance of law and order. So, he would be answerable to the Faujdar. Alright. Acha. Then the actual revenue collection at the Pargana level would be done by an officer known as Amil or Karodi. He was in charge of revenue collection. He would be responsible, answerable to the Amal Guzar. Okay? Acha. And then there was another officer known as the Hotedar. What kind of an officer was he? He was the treasury officer. So the idea was as soon as the revenue comes into the hands of the Mughal officials, it should directly be remitted to the imperial treasury. All right. So collection and treasury functions were separated from each other. So Potedar would be an imperial officer at the Pargana level. He was not a provincial officer. And at the village level, there was no direct involvement of the Mughal bureaucracy. At the village level, the revenue collection was done by the local landed or elite known as the zamindars. Zamindars were given the responsibility of collecting land revenue from the peasants, and in return for this, they would get some tax exemptions or even a share of the revenue collected in the form of a commission. The zamindars also acted as chaudhris, and as chaudhris, they had policing power. So, maintenance of local law and order was also in the hand of local officials, and these were not part of the Mughal bureaucracy. Under Akbar's reign, the number of subas were 15. Maximum number of subas under Shah Jahan, 22. But under Aurangzeb's reign, who annexed even more territory, the number of subas declined. How was this? Because of his consolidation of the Deccan region into a single province. Okay? So under Shah Jahan, Deccan, Khandesh, Bijapur, Golconda, all of them were separate provinces. He had consolidated all of them. Now we come to revenue administration. That means different systems of collecting land revenue in different parts of the empire. हाँ, किसको नहीं, Potedar was not answerable to the Amil. He was an imperial officer, a central officer at the Pargana level. ठीक है, तो इसका एक ही काम होता था, as soon as the Amal Guzar, sorry, the Amil collects the revenue, he should take it in his charge and then send it off to Agra. Okay? Amil has to report to the Amal Guzar, but that does not mean that the Fotedar has to report to the Amal Guzar. Okay? Now, under the Mughals, in different parts of the empire, different land revenue arrangements were implemented. For example, one was Nasak. What was this? This was a revenue collection that was based on the previous year's production, so not on current year's production. Batai, also known as Galla Bakshi, this was revenue demand based on the current year's production, but after the harvest has already been done, or after the sowing has already been done. So there were three kinds of Batai: Khet Batai, Lang Batai, and Ras Batai. What is Khet Batai? That the revenue official would visit the field and then measure the amount of area where crops are growing. Okay? One half he is going to take for himself, demarcate as from here whatever crop production is happening that will go to the state. The other portion the peasant can keep for himself. Lang Batai, after the harvest has already been done and the stocks of the crops have been collected, bundled up, then the official will come, take one portion for himself and other for the peasant will be left. And Ras Batai, the grain was beaten after thrashing was done, mounds were created, and from here the division would be done. So for the state of these three, which was the most beneficial? Ras Batai, because here he simply has to collect the grains. Over here he'll have to harvest the grains also. Over here he'll have to thresh the grains. Okay? Then we also have the Zapti system. You remember this, introduced by Sher Shah Suri. Now it provided for collection on the basis of revenue estimation as measured by measuring the sown area and assessment of the quality of the land. Alright. Over here, two figures used to emerge. One was known as Jama and the other was known as Hasil. Now, the revenue estimation, the raising of the demand was done at which point? Before the sowing season or after the sowing season or harvest? Before the sowing season. So there was an element of uncertainty. If there are very good rains, so a bumper crop will be there. If there is crop failure, then production will be low. So the estimated revenue was known as Jama. What was actually actualized, that was known as Hasil. Because of the unpredictable nature of Indian agriculture, the distance between Jama and Hasil was always a great matter of concern for the rulers. All right. So, in order to decrease this distance, Akbar introduced the Todar Mal Bandobast, also known as the Aine Dhsala method of revenue settlement. Okay. Now, what does the word Dhsala mean? 10 years. The is 10 and Sala is year. Now, what were the features of this arrangement? First of all, it was also based on survey and measurement of the sown area. Secondly, the rate of land revenue was also fixed at 50%. And thirdly, over here, the revenue was to be collected only in cash form, not in kind form. Average production of the previous 10 years was taken to estimate the current year's production. So the state maintained a list of production over the last 10 years. ठीक है, इसका एवरेज निकाला जाएगा. Some of these would be bumper crops, some of these would be average years, and some of these would be crop failures. What was the idea? To reduce the difference between Jama and Hasil. Right. Further, the system also accounted for the quality of the land based upon the frequency of production. Right. So based upon the frequency of cultivation, land was divided into three categories: foliage, paroti, and thatcher. Foliage land was the most fertile land which was cultivated every year. Right. Paroti land was the less fertile land which had to be left fallow for a period of 1 to 2 years. That means no crops could be grown in order to let the soil quality to revive. And chachar was the poorest quality of land which had to be left fallow for at least 3 to 4 years before a new crop could be grown. Okay? Then, each of these three categories, foliage, paroti, and chachar, were also subdivided on the basis of soil fertility into three subcategories, that is, good, average, and bad. And in the end, the revenue was estimated on the basis of average production or yeah, average production of each of these nine categories of land. Okay, so now there is even more specificity which is going to be there. Okay, this is the idea. Acha, what is the medium of tax collection? Cash only. So some kind of conversion list was necessary. Under the Zapti system of Sher Shah Suri, what was that known as? Sher Shah's Ray, right? And here these were known as Dasture Amal. Now, one drawback of the Sher Shah's Ray was that it did not provide for price fluctuations in different parts of the empire. Correct. So prices near Delhi would not be the same as prices, let us say, near Meerut or on the outskirts. Correct. So this time around, the entire empire was divided into price circles. These were regional price circles, and for each price circle, a particular dastur was created. And once again, over here, the prevailing prices over the past 10 years were accounted for, and they were averaged to arrive at the dastur amal. Okay? Hmm. So they can sell that in the market, but the revenue demand has already been raised before the sowing has begun. Both the state and the peasant have already come to an agreement. Okay, through patta and kabuliyat. Right. So this arrangement also provided for patta and kabuliyat. Now, Akbar also wanted to incentivize the expansion of agriculture. What is that? Bringing of new lands under cultivation. For this, a 4 to 5 year tax holiday was given for Banjar land. What is Banjar land? Cultivable wasteland. This means this is fertile land which is not under the plough. So, if any peasant begins cultivation over here, no tax is going to be collected for 4 to 5 years. Further, he also decreed that all of the Inam lands which were being given, at least 50% of them had to be Banjar lands. Alright. Then under this system also, the practice of giving Sondhar loans continued. Now, one very important aspect of Mughal administration was the Mansabdari system. What do you mean by the word Mansab? It is an Arabic word for rank. Mansab means rank, right? Now, this was a system for streamlining, for organizing the Mughal military aristocracy. So, this was for military and administrative efficiency. Akbar wanted to introduce the system of meritocracy in order to promote military efficiency. So those who were more meritorious could rise to the ranks, those who were less would be reduced or would remain at the same rank. Alright. Now, the Mansabdari system was also designed to strengthen the position of the emperor himself because it depended upon the Mansabdars remaining loyal only and only to the emperor. So, based upon their service to the emperor, their own careers would depend. Its important elements was a dual ranking system. So, what were the two ranks which were assigned to each Mansabdar? A Zat rank and a Sawar rank. Zat rank was the personal rank of the Mansabdar, right? On this depended his seniority and salary. Now you remember one of the features of the Mughal state was that it was a war state. है ना? Therefore, each Mansabdar also had a military responsibility. Now this military responsibility was reflected through his Sawar rank. Sawar means horse rider. So these are the number of horse riders that he had to maintain under his command. So it represented his military duties. Now, during Akbar's reign, the minimum Mansab rank was 10 Zat, 10 Sawar. Alright, and maximum was 5,000 Zat, 5,000 Sawar. Now, theoretically, 33 grades of Mansabdars could have been possible between this range of 10 Zat, 10 Sawar to 5,000 Zat, 5,000 Sawar during Akbar's reign. Now, for Mansabdars who had the same Zat rank, there was again a ranking system within that rank. Kaise? On the basis of the military responsibilities that they have been given. So, Mansabdars whose Sawar rank was equal to their Zat rank would be the senior most. For example, if there are three Mansabdars who have the same Zat rank of 5,000 Zat, right? Senior most would be the one with 5,000 Zat, 5,000 Sawar, right? Junior most would be one whose Zat rank, or sorry, whose Sawar rank is less than half of his Zat rank. So half the Zat rank is 2500. So less than Zat rank, half the Zat rank, 5000 Zat, 2000 Sawar. And intermediate between the half the Zat rank and less than the Zat rank. Alright. So for example, 5000 Zat, 3000 Sawar. Alright. Now the Mansabdari system also had another component. This was known as the Dah Bishti system. Now, cavalry was a very important component of the Mughal military, and for the success of the cavalry, the Mughals wanted to have at least two horses for every one horse rider, so that if one is lost or gets injured or is sick, the horse rider has an alternative horse. Right. For this, the Da Bishti system was introduced. Da means 10 and Bishti means 20. So this was the 10-20 system. How was this implemented? See, in a contingent of 10 horse riders, on the basis of this, how many horses had to be there? 20 horse riders or 20 horses. Right. So the three senior most had to maintain 3 horses. The two junior most had to maintain 2 horses. Sorry, four intermediate had to maintain 2 horses, and the 3 junior most had to maintain 1 horse each. टोटल कितना हुआ? 3 plus 4 plus 3 10 and 9 plus 8 plus 3 20. ठीक है? So 10 horsemen, 20 horses. This is the Dah Beshti system. Now, how were the Mansabdars paid? So the low ranking Mansabdars were paid in the form of cash salaries. They were known as Nakdi Mansabdars. The high ranking Mansabdars were paid in the form of land grants, also known as Jagirs. So the high ranking Mansabdars were also known as Jagirdars. Now the Jagirs were also of two kinds, a Tankha Jagir and a Watan Jagir. What was the feature of the Tankha Jagir, the character of the Tankha Jagir? That it was non-hereditary and non-transferable. That means after the death of the Mansabdar, it would lapse back to the empire, right? And non-transferable means that it could not be sold by the Mansabdar to somebody else. All right. So it was simply given as a form of tankha or salary. Watan Jagir is homeland Jagir. All right. This was given to only one section of the entire Mughal Mansabdari. That were the Rajputs. All right. The idea was that the Rajputs, if they accepted Mughal overlordship, then Akbar would recognize their authority to rule their own kingdoms as hereditary rulers. All right. And therefore, they would be restored to their kingdoms and their own territories would be categorized as Watan Jagirs. Now, these were both hereditary and transferable. That means after the death of the Mansabdar, the Jagir would get transferred to his successor. And if he wants, he could sell a portion of it. He could acquire more territory by buying this, right? So, is this clear? Tankha Jagir and Watan Jagir. Now, the Mughal Mansabdari was quite heterogeneous. Akbar had deliberately made sure that it does not become homogeneous. Why? Because he wanted one section of the Mansabdari to maintain a check on the other section of the Mansabdari. Because of his desire to maintain checks and balances, a number of ethnic groups were promoted by him. So the Mughal Mansabdari included Turanis, Iranis, Afghans, Hindustanis, Deccanis, and Rajput. Who were the Turanis? The Turkish speaking people from Central Asia. Iranis, the Persian speaking people from Iran. Afghans, the Afghani speakers. Hindustanis, these were the Indian Muslims. That means these were Hindus earlier who had been converted to Islam. Acha, Deccanis from the southern portion of the empire, and Rajputs were the Hindu Mansabdars belonging to the Rajput dynasty. Now, the success of the Mansabdari system depended upon two things. Kya kya? First of all, the personality of the emperor, right? The emperor should be powerful enough, should be inspiring enough to command the loyalty of the Mansabdars. And secondly, the functional relationship between the Mansabdar and the emperor. So this was a give and take, mutually beneficial relationship. The emperor would benefit from the services of a loyal Mansabdar. And how would the Mansabdar benefit? By getting more and more Jagirs. Alright. So its success depended upon the continuous expansion of the empire. Alright. And because of this shortcoming in the later years, this system started to show signs of cracks. So cracks started to develop. So that is known as the Mansabdari crisis. Now, one important another shortcoming was that because the Mughals were expanding their empire, they had to incorporate more and more people in order to patronize them into the Mansabdari system. So the size of the empire was expanding, but the size of the Mansabdari system of the Mansabdars, that was increasing at a higher rate. What was the result of this? Shortage of Jagirs, right? Now, this later became a crisis known as the Jagirdari crisis. Lekin different emperors tried to provide solutions for this problem. For example, Jahangir came up with the Du Aspa Si Aspa system. Du means two, Aspa is horse, C is three, and Aspa again is horse. This was the two horse, three horse system. Now, the idea was that Jahangir wanted to maintain the integrity of his military without having to increase the amount of Jagirs he was giving. Therefore, a select few Mansabdars were given the rank of Du Aspa Si Aspa, and they would be required to maintain either twice or thrice the amount of horsemen than they traditionally would have been expected to. For example, if there is a Mansabdar of 5,000 Zat, 5,000 Sawar, how many horsemen does he have to maintain? 5,000. If he is given the rank of Duaspa, total horsemen 10,000. So, in accordance with this, the size of his Jagir should also have been increased because it is only from the revenue collected from the Jagir that the Mansabdar is being able to maintain these extra number of horsemen. But instead of giving a larger Jagir, what did Jahangir start doing? The extra amount was to be given to the Mansabdar in the form of a cash payment. Alright. So, a work around was found for this problem. Clear hai? Yeah. However, the problem continued to grow and therefore Shah Jahan was forced to introduce the monthly scale. So UPSC, if it is going to ask you a question, it is not going to ask you about the details of these systems, rather only which emperor introduced which of these. Okay. So Shah Jahan introduced the monthly scale, according to which the Mansabdars were categorized as 6 monthly Mansabdar, 9 monthly, or 12 monthly Jagirdar. So the idea was that, let us suppose, this is the size of the Jagir which should be allotted to a Mansabdar. Okay? It would be sufficient to take care of his salary and his military expenses also. Alright. But what is happening? Jagirs are in short supply. Alright. Acha. People also expect to be promoted and rewarded. So you cannot put a stop to the rising ranks within the Mansabdari system. Therefore, Shah Jahan started to assign them additional ranks of monthly scale. So किसी को बोल दिया 6 महीना जागीरदार, 6 months जागीरदार. So their military responsibilities and the size of the Jagir would be reduced by half. That means the Jagir that they would now get would be sufficient only to take care of half of the horsemen that they were initially supposed to maintain. For example, once again, if a Jagirdar has 5,000 zar, 5,000 savar, how many horsemen is he supposed to maintain? 5,000. If he is given the rank of 6 months, टोटल मंथ्स कितने हैं एक साल में? 12 months. So his savar responsibility are reduced by half. Therefore, the size of the Jagir that he is given, that is also going to be reduced by half. Similarly, if he is given the rank of 9 months, then the size of the Jagir is going to be reduced by 1/4. Right? So this is the Jagir that he will get. If he is given the rank of 12 months Jagirdar, then he'll get the entire Jagir. ठीक है? So this is the monthly scale system of Shah Jahan. एक्स्ट्रा मंथ कहाँ बचा हुआ है? हाँ, घोड़ा वगैरह तो ही इज गोइंग टू हैव टू मेंटेन ओनली 2500 हॉर्सेस नाउ ना. नहीं, दूसरा मनसबदार नहीं आ जाएगा. ही इज गोइंग टू मेंटेन दोस 2500 हॉर्सेस थ्रू आउट द ईयर, बट द साइज ऑफ द जागीर हैज बीन रिड्यूस्ड. दैट इज व्हाई हिज मिलिट्री रिस्पांसिबिलिटीज हैव आल्सो बीन रिड्यूस्ड. समझ में आया ना? ऐसा नहीं है कि दूसरा मनसबदार वहाँ पे आ जाएगा. दी मनसबदार, दी हॉर्सेस, एवरीबॉडी इज गोइंग टू रिमेन द सेम, जस्ट दैट द रैंक हैज बीन मॉडिफाइड नाउ. ठीक है? तो उसमें एक एक्स्ट्रा स्पेसिफिकेशन डाल दिया गया है. Zat is going to remain the same. The personal salary that he receives, that is also going to remain the same. Shortfall is going to be made up with some extra cash payments, right? So that is how the workaround was found. Now, Mughal currency. The standard Mughal currency was rupiah, first introduced by Sher Shah Suri. Which metal? Silver. Right? Muhar, this was the gold coin of the Mughals. So the conversion rate was 1 mughar was equivalent to 10 rupiah. Dam, now it was a copper or bronze coin, and the conversion rate was that 1 rupiah consisted of 40 dams. Okay? Adhela, adhela means adha, half of 1 rupee, right? So it was a silver coin. And आना, 1 रुपए में कितने आने? 16 आने. So it was once again a copper or bronze coin, and 1 आना consisted of, or 1 rupee consisted of 16 आनाs. ठीक है? One important feature of Mughal currency was that it used to get depreciated with the passage of time. ठीक है? So the idea was that, let us suppose this is a muhar which has been issued in the year 1550. ठीक है? 10 years down the line, another muhar in 1560 is issued. In 1560, which of these are going to be more valuable? ये वाला, ठीक है? Why? Because in 10 years, this coin has shed some weight. What people used to do was that, especially when the coins were made of precious metals, whenever they used to pass it forward, they used to clip a little bit and keep something for themselves. All right. So the weight and size of the coin used to keep on depreciating. Also, as it exchanged hands, friction की वजह से some of it would rub off. So this was the idea. So suppose with one muhar you could purchase 10 kgs of rice in 1560. Buy a coin issued in 1560. With a coin issued in 1550, you would be able to purchase, let us say, only 9 or 8 kgs. Okay? So these are the important elements of Mughal administration. Right? Next, जो rulers हैं, इसके ऊपर से there is very little probability that the UPSC is going to ask a question, and thus we come towards the very end, that is the reasons for the decline of the Mughal Empire. So, what were the reasons for the decline of the Mughal Empire? So, different historians have given different interpretations. Some have pointed towards the mistakes committed by Aurangzeb, such as his religious policy, his Rajput policy, his mistake of getting involved in the Deccan affairs, his mistreatment of Jodhpur, his refusal to recognize the posthumous son of Jaswant Singh as the legitimate ruler, which won him the enmity of the Jodhpur Rajputs. Also, his insistence upon the paying of jizya by Mewar. All right. Acha, then his involvement in the Deccani affairs, his desire to suppress the Marathas, all of that deflected his attention from the more important things in the empire. So for the last 25 years of his reign, Aurangzeb was situated in the Deccan only. He died over there also. And in the meanwhile, the rest of his empire had started to crumble. Alright. So these were some of his own mistakes. One other reason was the crisis of personality. What was that? That the Mughal Imperium suffered from the lack of services of capable personalities. The rulers who followed Aurangzeb, first of all, they were incapable, बिल्कुल लल्लू थे, ठीक है? And secondly, the other nobles who could have saved the empire, what were they now more interested in? Serving themselves. That is why Burhanul Mulk or Nizamul Mulk or the this fellow uh, Murshid Quli Khan, etc., they carved out their semi-autonomous kingdoms. So size of the Mughal Empire also started to decline. Acha, another factor for this was the Mansabdari crisis. What was the Mansabdari crisis? This was the rising infighting among different sections of the Mansabdari. You remember 6 sections of the Mansabdars we had discussed: Turanis, Iranis, the Afghans, Hindustanis, Deccanis, and Rajputs. Now they started to fight against each other. Why was this? The functional relationship between the emperor and the Mansabdars had started to crumble. The size of the empire had stopped growing, but the size of the Mansabdari had kept on increasing. What were they fighting for? Jagirs. So the number of Jagirs was lower, the number of Jagirdars was very, very high. So Aurangzeb, in his biography, what has he written when lamenting about this situation? Ek anar, swa bimar, right? So very aptly he has summarized this. Now, what was the result of this? The different sections of the Mansabdar, coupled with the weak rulers, they tried to gather their influence or impose their influence upon the ruler, because the ruler would decide that who would get the most important jagirs, the most juicy promotions. All right. Therefore, infighting increased, and the Mughal empire started to disintegrate. The Jagirdari crisis, this was an outcome of this Mansabdari crisis itself. That the shortage of Jagirs had led to increasing infighting among the different Jagirdars, making their rule, making the Jagirdars more and more exploitative. As the exploitation of the Jagirdars increased, who faced the most burden? The peasantry. All right. Now, the peasants also raised the banner of revolt from time to time in the later stages of the Mughal Empire. Now, this not only deprived the Mughals of valuable resource in the form of taxes, but they had to expend more and more energy to suppress these revolts. All right. This is known as the agrarian crisis. Then we also have the technological backwardness, the invasion of foreign rulers, and the emergence of strong regional empires, which we can blame for the decline of the Mughal Empire. ठीक है, तो क्वेश्चंस अगर मुगल्स में आते हैं तो बी वेरी माइंडफुल, या तो सोर्सेस से आएंगे और यू विल गेट अ क्वेश्चन फ्रॉम द इंट्रिकेसीज ऑफ द मुगल एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन. It is very unlikely that a question is going to be asked from the personal details of the various rulers. हाँ, if there is any single ruler जहाँ से क्वेश्चन आ सकता है, so that is अकबर. ठीक है, अपार्ट फ्रॉम दैट यूजली नहीं आएंगे क्वेश्चन. ठीक है. हाँ. Jagirs were temporary, but the number of mansabdars were increasing because the emperors had to patronize more and more of the nobility. Right. For example, if they have conquered, let us say, Khandesh. Okay. Now, the people of Khandesh, they are going to have an elite section. The Mughal Empire expects that these people are going to remain loyal to the empire, right? So they have to be incorporated into the Mughal officialdom. So size of the Mansabdari is going to increase. Then Akbar annexed other regions also, such as Kabul, Bengal, Gujarat, Sindh, Kashmir, etc. So again, the size of the Mansabdari would increase. So the pace of the growth of the empire was outstripped by the pace of the growth of the Mughal officialdom. Right. So that is the basis for these various crises, the Mansabdari crisis as well as the Jagirdari crisis. Mansabdars are of two kinds, Naqdi as well as Jagirdars. Those Jagirdars who those Mansabdars who are paid in the form of a Jagir, they are known as Jagirdars. So Mansabdars, Jagirdars, specifically if you are talking about the higher ranking ones, you can use them interchangeably. Zamindar are not part of the Mughal officialdom. They are the local landed elites who have just been given the responsibility of collecting revenue from the other people in the village. ठीक है? Anything else? नहीं, Aurangzeb had a larger empire territory. Anything else? नहीं? चलिए then, I'm going to end this session now. All the very best to you. Sir, what about later Mughals? Can a question be possible from it, and from where maybe? So, about the later Mughals, a question is possible in the context of modern Indian history, specifically with the rise of the regional kingdoms. So, question can be asked about the causes for the rise of the regional kingdoms or their founders, their early capitals, etc. So, ये सारे questions are. About later Mughals, no other questions are going to be asked. Best guide for this would be to refer to the previous year's question papers. If you look at the previous past 10 years question papers, no question has been asked from later Mughals. That is why, in order to conserve our time and energy, it is better that we leave that. All right. Chali then. Thank you guys. It was a pleasure teaching all of you. All the very best. And मिलते हैं फिल्म्स के बाद. ठीक है.